All those members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Let me think the ayes have it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And this resolution this afternoon, sir, or these two resolutions, I should say, are important with respect to how we continue to finance the development of this country, sir. Now, I know that in some quarters, sir, there's an idea that the government is borrowing and borrowing and borrowing and borrowing, sir. And it is a false narrative from the perspective that part of the reason that governments exist is to improve, sir, the lives of its citizens. And given all that we have endured, sir, in these last 7 years, and what the country was faced with in the previous 10, sir, one must come to the appreciation, sir, that inasmuch as this government has done a lot to restore much of the macroeconomic fundamentals, sir, the reality is that Barbados, sir, is still very much playing catch-up. And as we continue, sir, to restore confidence right across this society, sir, there are aspects of the country's development that really has not been continuously supported in the way that it could have. And this resolution, specifically order number 11, sir, speaks to development to finance the urban renewal projects, sir, in the water, housing, and infrastructure sectors. And let me, for the benefit of the public, break this right down simply, sir, because this is not anything fancy as people might want to portray. This relates, sir, to how people live in this country. Let me take you back, sir, just a few years, because when I say that we are still playing catch-up, I think I want the public to appreciate that the decisions that a government might make over time, sir, they really do have consequences. In 2008, sir, April 30th, I think, to be precise, sir, an agreement between the Inter-American Development Bank, sir, and the government of Barbados was signed in order to improve housing, sir, the neighborhood improvement project, sir, in Bridgetown, sir. $40 million US to be precise, sir, which if deployed in the way that it was deployed at that time, because as you know, sir, government is a continuum. So whilst that would have been signed in April of 2008, it meant that all the preparatory work, sir, would have started prior to the election of 2008, sir. And therefore, had those resources been deployed at that time for the benefit of the citizens of this country, sir, I will not be here today to raise a resolution which is seeking the Parliament's permission to access resources now from the Saudi Fund for Development, sir, to do the exact same thing that was envisaged to be done for the benefit of the people in Chapman Lane, Cat's Castle, and across urban Barbados, sir. The Garden Land, the entire corridor, sir. The entire corridor. That now some 17 years after the fact, having gone through all that we've had to go through in the last 7 years, sir, now having to find resources again to do the very thing that the government has set out to do more than 17 years ago. And so, I say to the public, sir, when the last administration canceled unceremoniously, sir, the loan agreement, without any other alternative in place for how it was going to improve the neighborhood of those communities, improving the housing stock in those communities, sir, reduce the flooding risk in those communities, sir. And as you may very well remember, sir, when we came to office, in everything that we had to do, and the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central can recall, we did quite a bit of work on government's budget, addressing a number of issues in the Murphy's Pastor area as it related to flooding, sir, which the very neighborhood upgrade program, all of that was part of, sir, that we had to do in the midst of a debt restructuring, in the midst of everything that was happening in the country, sir. We made it a priority to address those issues on budget, sir, but still in a very limited way because you still had other things to do. And so whilst that work is not yet fully complete, it is our intention that with this specific resolution before Parliament today, sir, and that of the other one which I will speak to very briefly, that I hope citizens will appreciate that we have to see things through because as I say, sir, time is money. And whilst it takes time to spend money, sir, the reality is that if you don't execute these things early enough, sir, then it means that the benefits for the very people, sir, for the very people, our people, sir, are delayed. And so this resolution is here before this chamber this afternoon to restart, sir, a process that was started some 17, 18 years ago. And I hope that the people in Bridgetown, the people, or let me say the greater Bridgetown area, who will benefit from this specific intervention and a series of interventions, because this is just phase one, sir, of this particular exercise, in order for us to be able to address those things that we know need to be addressed as government. And therefore, when we speak to how we are proactively managing not just the fiscal situation, sir, but seeking alternative financing arrangements in place with other, in this case, bilateral loans facilitated through the Saudi Fund for Development, sir, that we are doing so with our people, sir, front and center of the public policy framework. And so this is an important intervention today, sir. And I will just very quickly go through the terms of this specific agreement, sir, which will be over 20 years, sir, with a 5-year grace period, 3.5% per annum, sir, and it will include the natural disaster clauses as has become customary, sir, with respect to our debt framework. Now, sir, this Parliament, in approving this resolution this afternoon, will allow us to be able to unlock roughly $38 million US, sir, with respect to this particular project. The purpose, sir, is to improve and revitalize housing and neighborhood conditions, sir, for low-income communities in the Bridgetown area as part of how we will be able to build resilience, sir, and greater climate resilience in the community. It will also contribute to providing additional affordable housing solutions, sir, for those families. And there's a third component, sir, that speaks to how do you strengthen the Rural and Urban Development Commission such that the work that it is already doing, that it can actually help deliver the works in a much more efficient, sir, and seamless manner, in a way that allows us then to be able to execute and respond to our citizens. The first phase, sir, as I said, sir, providing appropriate infrastructure and social facilities in the Chapman Lane area and its suburbs, which lie between President Kennedy Drive, sir, Westbury Road, Baxter's Road, through the street, Princess Alice Highway, and Prescott Boulevard, sir. And as we have indicated, sir, the residential housing development that we anticipate will take place from engaging this particular loan this afternoon, construction of and connection to the sewage treatment system in the Bridgetown area, sir, constructing storage tanks and connecting them to the local sewage system, sir, upgrading the low and middle income residential houses, including retrofitting homes, sir, to be able to withstand hurricanes and other climate adaptation solutions that may be warranted, sir. Building sanitary facilities, as you know, sir, they're still within parts of urban Barbados. There's still a number of homes that will still utilize pit toilets, sir, and part of the upgrades that we anticipate will be part of this will be able to finally, sir, put to rest the issue of pit toilets in this country, and to be able to also install personal water tanks, sir, with small pumps and batteries for power outages, sir. And there's a lot more, but the reality is, sir, that this goes to the heart as to how government, as part of how we build resilience for the country, you're seeing lots of infrastructural and commercial infrastructural redevelopment in Bridgetown. And this government, we have, and the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central can attest that we're planning gains were appropriate. We've asked investors to put monies aside to be able to help augment some of what we are doing here by having neighborhood upgrades and infrastructure as part of the planning gains process. But given that you're seeing a lot of development on the commercial side, government has put a lot of investment in some of the public spaces. This particular intervention, sir, is now intended to be able to address residents of the greater Bridgetown area, and also helping them to be able to upgrade their homes such that it isn't just the interests of commercial activity that are being served, but that the government is also ensuring that there's an opportunity for persons to get access to better homes, climate resilient homes, sir, in order to ensure then that their circumstances can be improved, sir. And as you know, sir, the ability to pass a home from one generation to the next is important, and therefore we have to make sure that, as far as possible, that the quality of those assets being passed on can actually be of some financial benefit, sir, to the family that can be utilized moving forward. And so we are very much focused, sir, on these matters. Now, the reality is that had that previous loan not been canceled, sir, we would have been talking about phase 2 and 3 of the same project, because as I said, we're starting with the Chapman Lane area, then we will move around to the Halls Road side, and then further up to the Bay Land. But the reality is that we need to get these things going. And as you will recall, sir, we had announced in the budget earlier this year the Resilience and Regeneration Fund, that we will be focusing on those who are most vulnerable outside of this particular area, to ensure that persons can have the same quality of upgrade within this construct, whilst the official phase 2 and 3 may start at some point later with the Saudi Fund for Development. But this is something that we are committed, sir, committed to ensuring that across Barbados, more generally, but this is specifically for urban Barbados, our commitment as the government is to build resilience, improve the housing stock across the country, allowing people to sleep a little more comfortably when the night comes, sir, when the high winds start to blow, and therefore not have to fear, sir, that the house may blow away in a storm. And therefore, this particular resolution allows us to be able to address some of these issues, as I said, belatedly, sir, but we are here, and it is our intention to ensure that once these loan agreements are signed, that we get to work with respect to the business of building the resilience with the assistance of the Saudi Fund for Development. And so the reality of this is that we have to do that which now has been delayed. And I urge certainly the stakeholders within the not just government, but equally the private interests, the landlords, the landowners, the residents, that there will be disruption in these neighborhoods as the improvements set in. Obviously, there will be issues in relation to traffic as these developments take place. And therefore, you really cannot get the improved quality of life without some level of disruption, positive disruption in this case, sir. And therefore, I urge at the outset, sir, patience. And of course, there will be a lot of dust and things about the way, sir. But at the end of it, we hope that we're able to see a much more, not just climate resilient communities across Barbados, but much more financial resilient communities, and communities that are closer knit with respect to accessing better facilities for social activities, as well as more comfortable housing as well within that. And so this is critically important as we also address some of the long-standing sanitary issues that arise. I think one of the greatest what the word I'm looking for, injustices, sir, is that when the sewage plant was built in Emerton Lane, that the homes were not connected as part of the social responsibility. But we will address that, sir, as part of this exercise to ensure that the communities have access to better quality water and sanitation. And as you know, sir, the government of Barbados has committed itself to upgrading not just the Bridgetown plant, but the South Coast plant to tertiary, sir, treatment. And therefore, as part of how we are able to address the country's overall water management issues, we are confident that these interventions and how a lot more residents are connected to these systems allows us the greatest level of efficiency and access to treated water, such that between our aquifers as well as the agricultural and food security initiatives, that we can have those addressed adequately, sir. And so this is a very important resolution before the Chamber today, and I hope that we are able to see full implementation of this, and rest assured that with the will of the people, we will continue to implement this program to ensure then that the persons within the context of the city will be things. So I just wanted to assure Barbadians that this is just phase one of this project, which is critically important if we are going to address a number of the social issues that arise in this space. The other resolution, sir, speaks to the work that we know also must do within our polyclinic upgrade and refurbishment of the primary healthcare system. So whilst we are focusing on, yes, improving the housing stock, providing greater social facilities to cater to the residents of Greater Bridgetown. As you would know, we have an overall strategy with respect to urban renewal as well as regeneration across the country. Within the context of what we're doing with the education reform, the Saudi Fund for Development is also supporting, sir, the upgrades of our polyclinics. As you are well aware, sir, we have had polyclinics in existence for a long time in this country, sir. The last polyclinic that was constructed was in St. John, sir, in the early 2000s. And as we see how we are going to manage not just NCDs, but ensure that within our communities across Barbados, that access to the interventions that are appropriate, given the onset of NCDs across the country, we need now to ensure that the delivery and access to our primary healthcare system is boosted, as we are working with other upgrades with respect to the QEH as well as the other health infrastructure. Barbadians will see very soon the opening of the new geriatric hospital at Waterford, and therefore this intervention with respect to the polyclinics across Barbados will be critical for how we are also going to be able to help better manage health outcomes in Barbados. What we will see as part of the civil works under this specific component, sir, will be the construction of 2 new specialized primary care clinics, one at Eunice Gibson in St. Michael, and Randall Phillips, sir, in Christchurch, where you will have two new facilities being done. Additionally, sir, there will be refurbishment in relation to 7 polyclinics, which will be Winston Scott Polyclinic, which currently operates a 24-hour service, sir. Morris Bay Polyclinic, the St. Philip Polyclinic, Frederick Miller Polyclinic, Edgar Cochrane Polyclinic, sir, Branford Tate Polyclinic, as well as the David Thompson Health and Social Services Complex in St. John. And part of this is to ensure that the specialized clinics that are intended to be delivered, the maternity and child clinics, sir, sexual health clinics, support clinics, emergency clinics, sir, as well as an expanded delivery of dental services across Barbados, especially, sir, given the significant increase in children with autism and other disabilities, sir, that require anesthesiologists to be there. These are the kinds of interventions that we will see as part of this programming in order to ensure that those persons who need that specific type of intervention can also have access to that. In addition, sir, we'll be equipping the 9 polyclinics with the necessary medical equipment and furniture in order to ensure then that the quality service that we want people to access, that can be done as part of this. So this overall program, sir, fits within what the government's broader social investment is taking place. And as I had indicated, sir, at the very beginning, because we were not in a position at any time in the last 7 years, given what we have gone through fiscally, economically, and the like, we had to restructure the debt, sir, in order to do more for people. We are now in a position, sir, to be able to identify specific financing for these interventions, and therefore part of these two resolutions that are before the chamber today, sir, are very much, sir, people-centered with respect to a solid program, sir, of reinvesting within our social sector, sir, in order to get not just access to services, but to ensure that citizens can live effectively, sir, their best lives. And it starts with us being able to ensure that the quality of services that can be delivered within not just the polyclinic system, but equally, sir, as we embark on the community health programs, or expand the community health programs that have already been implemented, then we are in a position then to make sure then that those services can be delivered, accessed, and that people, sir, the people will have access right across the country to improve health services. Now, I hope that will translate, sir, into better health outcomes. Because at the end of the day, sir, whilst the government is focusing on how to deliver services better, I know that the Ministry of Health and Wellness has been busy trying to enhance the wellness part of the portfolio by getting people to be a little more active, sir, and to perhaps eat a little less sauce on a Saturday, sir, and a few things which may be vices. At the end of the day, just a little less. Just a little less. I ain't telling you left it out. I tell you eat a little less. Because it is the margins, sir. It is the margins that matter. And therefore, if people are a little more active, drinking a little less sweet drinks when the day comes, sir, and literally drink more water, yes, eating some more vegetables that the Minister of Agriculture and his team working hard to produce, then it means then, sir, that over time, the health, literally, of the nation will improve. And whilst there may be things within your family history that may be difficult to avoid, at the end of the day, sir, we must also take personal responsibility for what we eat, what we drink, what we do, how we do it, as part, sir, of the equation with respect to what the government is seeking to do with respect to social reinvestment. And this is not to be taken lightly, sir. These are two very, very important aspects of people's lives that every day in this country, sir, people make decisions about when they're going to go to the doctor, sir, when they're going to go to the dentist, whether they have enough money to fix the roof, sir, or this piece of siding board, or whatever it is, sir. These things matter in the lives of people every day in this country. And I'm very proud, sir, to know that having negotiated these two specific loans as part of a program which the Saudi Fund for Development is happy to support, that we can come to this Parliament and demonstrate to the people that the reason that the government has been working so hard to get things put in place is because, sir, as you know, progress is not permanent. Because if it's one thing Barbadians must have learned by now, is that whenever the other administration takes place, or let me put it this way, whenever there's another administration other than the Barbados Labour Party, that progress is often eroded. And therefore, we have to ensure, sir, that our policies are not just financed, but executed such that people know the benefits of those policies, and that we can identify, sir, very clearly that a government should not cancel a loan, sir, should not cancel a loan that has been negotiated for the benefit of people, sir, unless you have something else immediately lined up as the alternative to execute. And therefore, when you cancel 80 million Barbados dollars, that would have redound to the benefit of the people right across Bridgetown, sir. Right across Bridgetown. With no plan B, plan C, plan D, plan nothing, sir. I think that is a failure of imagination. It is a failure of governance, sir. And this Barbados Labour Party, sir, does not in any way associate itself with anything like that. These two resolutions that are before this chamber, sir, these will help transform the lives of Barbadians in much the same way that the work that we're doing within education, sir, will transform the lives of Barbadians. And at some point later this year, sir, we will be bringing a couple more resolutions to this chamber that will also demonstrate why those interventions will also help transform the lives of Barbadians. And therefore, as we put these agreements in place, have them executed, sir, Barbadians will see not just the physical implementation of it, but I hope that once the polyclinics are completed, once the neighborhood upgrades are completed, once the housing upgrades are completed, sir, that people will get a sense of pride that there's a government that is caring, that is fiscally responsible, sir, and that will ensure that the quality of public goods and public services being offered, sir, are of the highest standard. And therefore, their lives, as a result, sir, I hope they will see their lives not just matter to the government, but will have an easier path through life. Now, with the work being done in education, sir, as well as the Ministry of Training and Tertiary Education, wonderful set of opportunities never seen in Barbados for ordinary citizens, sir. Wonderful opportunities. So you don't have to wait until your house done to get training, sir. That is available online. The Ministry of People Empowerment has already partnered with one of the telecoms companies to ensure that the most vulnerable homes in this country, sir, that they have access to internet so that they can access those training courses, so that there's no excuse for anybody saying today, sir, that there's no opportunity. The government is working. And therefore, every citizen must see themselves and must recognize that they too have a responsibility for upholding Barbados. As Barbados is investing in you and your family must invest in not just your personal development, but that of your community. And therefore, the government, through these two resolutions here today, sir, in this chamber, intend to demonstrate why we believe investing in the development of people will matter most, sir, more than anything else that we may ever invest in this country. Because it is the people of Barbados, sir, it is the people who we represent, sir, and who we come from, that insist, or should insist, that we, as their representative, make the best decision, sir, on their behalf. And I believe that these two resolutions today, sir, are an example as to what a responsible government looks like. And so, Mr. Speaker, I am absolutely pleased. I'm absolutely pleased with these two resolutions that are before the chamber. I certainly look forward to the lively debate I'm sure will ensue in this place. And to the extent, sir, that there is anything for me to respond to that is constructive, I'll be happy to do so. But let me say this, the Barbados Labour Party, sir, it has always been committed to creating a better life for our people. And these two resolutions, sir, before this chamber are part of the puzzle pieces of creating that better life for our people. And with those few words, sir, I beg to move that this resolution do not pass.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I know you did it. Be very quiet. Kill a whole man.
I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker. I do note that earlier today, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, with her usual passion of speech, received very generous applause from her parliamentary colleagues during a speech in which I believe she said that she has never seen a society fall apart in this way. And I thought that rather interesting. I repeat, I credit the Honourable Member for St. Thomas as having said in this place today that she has never seen a society fall apart in this way. And prior to that, the impassioned Honourable Member described her constituency as Lost Thomas. Curiously enough, in the absence of the Chairman of the Cabinet, her colleagues felt the freedom to applaud her for those truths uttered with certain conspicuous absences from this chamber today. I applaud her too. Now, we come though to this repeated exercise of a government that continues to borrow money. And I don't know if the people of Barbados are becoming used to the exercise, but they're not going to become used to an exercise that scares them. This country exists with a certain trepidation whenever this government comes to this parliament almost every month and announces to the people of Barbados that it intends to indebt not so much the government, but the people of this country, and to be more particular, future generations of this country will endure with yet another albatross around their necks. I heard the Honourable Member say that government is a continuum, and he is not incorrect, and one therefore extrapolates from what the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central has said, is that long after he has left this place, the loans that he announces here will continue to burden those who are unborn and those who have been recently born and those who are in their teens. This government has come to announce the landing of yet another albatross in this country, and it is not a pretty sight. Admittedly, though, this is not the largest of the loans. The resolution announces it in Saudi currency, but it is far less than the $500 million that the government borrowed a few weeks ago. This time it is, I think, a little less than $100 million. But the ruling party is not going to be obligated to repay that. It is the people of this country who will have yet another addition to their national burdens. And this government continues to burden the people of this country. Now, when the Honourable Member began, he said that in some quarters, and I'm quoting as best I can, in some quarters there is a view that we are borrowing too much. And the Honourable Member said immediately after that, it is a false narrative. Now, when the Honourable Member says it is a false narrative, I'm not sure if he is denying that the country is borrowing too much, or whether he is denying that the country is borrowing at all. One would think, however, logically, that the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central is now saying to this country, we are not borrowing too much. And it is a rather daring position to take. It is very daring to come and say to a country that lives under the weight of poor economic performance that the country is not borrowing too much. And the country is asking the logical question, where are the repayments going to come from? Now, the Honourable Member again built his argument on a premise. Again, a premise which, to my mind, stands without much logic. He criticizes, the Honourable Member criticizes a previous government for embarking on the borrowing of $40 million. And he says, not his words, mine, that they must have committed one of the cardinal sins in cancelling that loan. Oh, how the people of Barbados wish that this government were wise enough to cancel some of these loans. I've never heard a government criticized for canceling a loan, because the previous government must have taken the position that to take the loan at that particular point in time was imprudent. It was financially imprudent. And cancellation, how do you criticize cancellation? How do you criticize cancellation if you believe that at the time it is an imprudent exercise to embark on the taking of that loan? But we will come to loans. We will come to loans that this government has taken, loans that this government has not given account to the people of Barbados for in terms of their expenditures. And I am going to embarrass this government now by referring to the Comey loan. By referring to the Comey loan. Let the laughter die down. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central criticizes the previous government for cancelling a loan. He ain't stopping me today. I repeat, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central criticized the previous government for cancelling a $40 million loan. This government took a loan of $25 million from a now well-known bank for the purpose of, and I quote, cricket development. Has this government given account to this country? Has this government given account to the Barbados Cricket Association? Has this government given account to all of the many clubs across Barbados as to the expenditure of that loan of $25 million received for cricket development? No, it has not. It has not. What we saw was a paint job done on a relatively new stadium. What we saw was the importation of a temporary stand at Kensington. That is not cricket development. Cricket is not a paint job at Kensington. Cricket is not the purchase of a temporary stand at Kensington. Cricket is a game, and more than a game in this country, it is a central portion of a local culture. That thing we call cricket, that central portion of this culture has not benefited. It has not. I'm a member of a cricket club, and I have seen no enhancement, neither of the facility nor of the game. I have seen a game that continues to languish in this society. I've seen a Barbados Cricket League that has reduced from 120 clubs to about 12. And we have a Ministry of Sport. I have seen the game in decline, and it is a painful thing to observe. But I don't wish to digress. The people of this country were told by this government that $25 million was borrowed for, and I quote, cricket development. The point I make is that this government cannot, with any credibility, nor with any moral authority, criticize any loans or the cancellation of any loans done by a previous government, because this government stands guilty today of taking loans in the name of the people of Barbados and not giving account for the expenditures which flow from the receipt of those loans. In other words, the people of Barbados do not know where this money is going. Shakespeare said, something is rotten in the state of Denmark, something is rotten in this new Republican state. That's something as basic as loan expenditures cannot be shown to the people of Barbados, and that's the Comey loan of which I speak. I'm going to come to the Oystins Polyclinic claim very shortly. But they also say that they took $5 million out of the Comey loan and sent it to Oystins. That's what this government said, that they took a loan of 50, let us do it in Barbados currency, that they took a loan of 50 million Barbados dollars from a foreign entity. And of that, for 50 million, they sent 5 million to Oystins to refurbish the preponderant aspect of the Oystins development. Really is nothing more than a generous splash of red paint, because there are still drainage problems in the Oystins project. Every time it drizzles, the area in front of Sheffet, obliquely opposite the fish market, and the area between the Bay Garden and the ocean, flooding as usual. Where's the 5 million? When will this government speak with moral authority on the expenditures incurred after the grant of loans? So that is what we mean when we speak about a lack of transparency and a lack of moral authority in relation to loans. But the country continues to be concerned about these frequent visits to international lending agencies. Now, on a previous occasion, I have noted that 2 previous governments made an exit from IMF arrangements, and they made those exits with funds locally generated within this national economy. This government now has the ignominious distinction of being the first government to exit an IMF loan with another loan taken more expensively. The IMF loan was in the region of, I think, 4%. And the people of Barbados, who now understand, must know that it is financial madness to borrow monies at 8% to repay a loan at 4%. That's financial madness. That is financial madness. But apart from the insanity, the financial insanity of the arrangement, the government now is borrowing money to repay loans. And that is an admission of something else that is happening in this economy. And all this sweet talk from the government is not any longer going to conceal the fact that this economy is in serious crisis. That if in 1982, 83, a government which will find favor with this government now, after 18 months repaid an IMF loan with locally generated monies, and 10 years later, another government, after 14 months of having entered into an arrangement with the IMF, repays the IMF loan, not with another loan, but with monies generated locally. I repeat that this government now has the ignominious distinction of being the first government to repay a 4% loan with an 8% loan. Financial madness. So let all this sweet talk end. I know that this is a time of year when Barbadians are looking for some festive relief, crop over and so on, and all the parties and the entertainment. Perhaps this is the occasion on which the government sneaks into this parliament amidst the noise. They sneak into this parliament amidst the noise to come and enter into these arrangements, which reflect nothing more than financial madness. And here we are today, having crawled out of the Saudi bank to take another loan, yet another loan, and Barbadians are not to be disturbed. Barbadians are to hear criticisms of a past government. Well, when those criticisms are being made of a past government, let not those criticisms obscure the financial madness that is now occurring in this country under the hands of this government. The massive indebtedness to which this government is committing not itself, but committing the people of Barbados towards. Let us now, therefore, unearth the problems that are probably hidden within this economy. How would those past governments have repaid those monies locally? Clearly, government receives revenues, and clearly government receives revenues from various economic sectors. Tourism, for one, has historically, since I think the 60s, 70s, perhaps more so, would have become the major industry in this country. And from then to this day, revenues are generated within that industry and government becomes a beneficiary. And becoming a beneficiary, it is able to meet its indebtedness, or meet its obligation, rather, to pay its debts. So tourism has been one. International business has been another. Of course, this government has never admitted to the people of Barbados that there has been severe decline during this regime of receipts from international business. So when the talk is pretty, and the music is loud, and the festivity rages across the country, when the music dies down and September comes, it becomes a sober autumn, perhaps. When the people rediscover that under this government, substantial revenues from international business have been lost. Where's the laughter? Drowned out by the music of crop over? Well, let this government explain to the people of this country why revenues from international business have declined and have declined so substantially. And it is that decline that contributes to the government's inability to pay its debts. And that is why the government is repaying debts with more debts, with more loans. Let the people of this country understand that. Agriculture. I think the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, and I want to assure him that he's not an errand boy. He is just sent here to say things that the government once said. He is not the senior minister in the Ministry of Finance. But it is so curious, you know, these jobs are handed to him. And I bear no hostility towards him. In fact, I care for him and what he has to do. And it can't be easy to be appointed to be a bearer of concealed bad news to the people of Barbados. Look, Honourable Member, through you, sir, for Christchurch East Central, let the other person come sometimes and bear this bad news. I care for you as a technocrat. I do. As a politician, I am not sure that these expeditions to this chamber to do what the Honourable Member is being asked to do fortnightly or monthly is in the Honourable Member's best reputational interest. I care for this Honourable Member as a technocrat, not as a politician, whom I insist is not government's errand boy. If anybody says that, I'm not going to agree with them. But he is asked, the Honourable Member is asked to do a job that perhaps a person with courage should be the one to come here and to do it. And I will demonstrate to his colleagues his own innocence. His own innocence. And this is not a personal attack. This is to dissect the political anatomy of a man who, a minister, a junior minister, who sometimes says things unwittingly. And I was so grateful to the Honourable Member on the last occasion when, in full flight, he came here and spoke about the $500 million US loan. And he boasted that it could have been $2 billion if they had felt like taking it. And then he named the delegation. And I suspect the one who sent him may be a little upset at him for unwittingly telling the truth. And it was a significant truthful disclosure when the Honourable Member named that delegation and identified a party within that delegation which may have become the beneficiary of a very handsome commission. So let the people of Barbados now understand that these loans that this country is taking have attached to them certain hidden expenses. But the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, in his political innocence and his technocratic disposition to transparency, much to the chagrin of the person who sent him, disclosed impliedly that these loans come possibly with generous expenses paid to certain individuals. This is a parliament, a place of speech, impliedly a place of truthful speech, and I want to thank him for telling the truth of that last loan. That in all likelihood, a percentage of US $500 million was taken as a commission and paid to some very fortunate party or parties. A similar disclosure has not been made today. I don't know if the Honourable Member has been chastised for his innocence and political honesty on the last occasion. But in case the people of Barbados are interested, since the people of Barbados are the ones who are going to repay these loans, the people of Barbados also want to know, and they're entitled to know, and they insist on knowing what are the expenses and to whom have those expenses been paid. These are public funds. This is not a private arrangement, and if any private entity is benefiting from a public obligation, as the Honourable Member did on the last occasion, please identify the private parties, and as was not done on the last occasion, please do on this occasion and tell the people of Barbados how much of this loan, if any at all, is being paid in professional fees. As I said, it is a public transaction. Let the public know. It was disclosed on the last occasion. The possible beneficiary was disclosed on the last occasion. Is there now a private beneficiary in relation to this loan? You see, the point is this: that most of these transactions into which government is entering and speaking glowingly of public benefit, there is a large private benefit going to some people in this country. Name them. And not only name them, but say how much they get in. Because the amount that Barbadians have to repay includes what is being paid to these persons. This is not a private arrangement. This is a country being committed. This is the people of this country being committed to the repayment of a loan. Oftentimes, we do not need it. But clearly, somebody needs to make handsome benefits whenever this country, this government, I beg your pardon, whenever this government embarks on these financial expeditions, claiming, and I say falsely claiming, that these monies are destined into certain areas, and the people never see it. The people of this country never see it. Loans have been taken by this government, and this country has not seen the physical, the material benefit of those loans. I was on to the areas in which, and this is for the education of the people of this country, the areas in which government may derive funds to repay its loans from monies locally generated. I mentioned tourism, I mentioned international business, which this government is about to kill. And I was so amused when the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, sent as he is to do a job, mentioned agriculture, and somehow managed to praise the Honourable Member for St. Philip South, the Honourable Minister of Agriculture. I could not believe it. And this Ministry of Agriculture is presiding over the worst decline ever in the history of this country. The worst decline in agricultural production ever. That perhaps the central bank report is being generous in saying that agriculture may be 3% of gross domestic product. Who knows? It may be smaller. Look at sugar. Can these things be denied? Look at sugar and look at the uncertainty that visits the future of sugar. No pun intended, but look at a government trying to offload the sugar industry, and even that offloading is becoming a dismal failure. Government does not know what to do in relation to sugar. And government knows what it is doing in relation to non-sugar agriculture. And we know that story. We know the story in which a Minister of Agriculture sits by and watches agricultural lands being converted to cement. But that is another debate for another day. We are speaking of the decline of various sectors that otherwise would have gone towards repaying loans, not new loans. Let the people of Barbados understand, this is no joke. This is no place for laughter. I know you can go to the tents this weekend and laugh and dance. A lot of you can dance. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. But good dancers are clearly not always good managers of economies. Manufacturing. Little or no incentive given to manufacturing in this country, so government can no longer depend on manufacturing. And that is why the people of Barbados need to understand that the reason we are taking these loans for developmental projects is because all of our industries, our major industries, have declined under this omniscient government. Under this omniscient government. And so when the honourable member begins by criticizing a previous government for the prudence of cancelling a loan, it is a decision, my friends. It is a decision that is made and it is to be made by a good manager. Do I take this loan or don't I take it at the time when it is contemplated? But this government finds it impossible to refuse loans, and this government is finding it impossible to refuse loans because this government is possibly broke. This government is possibly broke. Tell the people of Barbados why every fortnight you are borrowing money. Tell the people of Barbados that. Every householder knows that you have to borrow money often and repeatedly if you have a cash flow problem. You don't borrow yourself into doomsday. Let this government tell the people of Barbados how far this country is from financial doomsday. Let this government, in a moment of candor, tell the people of this country that the tourism receipts are not able to pay the loans. And that the receipts from international business are not enough to pay the loans. And that the receipts from agriculture are definitely not enough to pay the loans. And that manufacturing, hobbling as it is, definitely not enough to pay the loans. Does that not make sense to the people of Barbados? Are we going to, not we, is this government, through this parliament, intending to come here every fortnight and make an excuse for deepening indebtedness? It makes sense now to conclude that the government is continuing to take loans because of the financial peril of this country. It makes sense for the people of this country to conclude that this government every fortnight is borrowing money to pay previous loans and making a claim that the new loan is for some developmental project. Comey stands as evidence that that loan had absolutely nothing to do with cricket development. But the people of Barbados are entitled to ask, where's that $50 million? It certainly was not spent at Kensington. And $5 million of it certainly was not spent in Oistins. Something, according to Shakespeare, is rotten in the state of Denmark. I beg Shakespeare to add Barbados to that. Something is rotten in this Republican state of Barbados. And the people want to know, and the rottenness reflects itself in the perilous financial state in which this country finds itself, and crop over now becomes the season to obscure the peril. No amount of revelry and festivity must now be allowed to cloud and to obscure the perilous financial state in which this country now finds itself. We are in trouble. We are in trouble. And as I said before, and I repeat, every householder, even the most unsophisticated householder, knows that frequent trips to the bank and the credit union is evidence of a household that is in peril, and that you're merely postponing doomsday. This country, under this government, is postponing doomsday, and I want the people of Barbados to know this. And I spoke before of this government's, the myth. This government is riding on a myth. And this is not politicking here. This is not about political speeches any longer. This is about a reality that becomes more and more obvious every day, that we are skating on thin ice in summer. These frequent trips to the banks indicate that we are skating on thin ice in the summer. What is this government going to do? When autumn comes, another loan to repay an earlier loan? Well, I will give further evidence against this government. Around 2021, the government announced that it borrowed $120 million from the European Investment Bank to convert Harrison's Point to a hospital. $120 million from the European Investment Bank. Tell the people of Barbados, where has that $120 million gone? Let me repeat. Tell the people of Barbados, where has that $120 million gone? Further to an announcement by the government that it was to convert Harrison's Point to a hospital. Is there a hospital down there now? And what is the future of that hospital? And what of the recent news reports as to the destiny of that property? Something is rotten in this Republican state of Barbados. These loans are not being accounted for, but this is the season of festivity, of revelry, and perhaps the people will not pay attention to what this government is doing during this season of festivity. I refer to the Comey loan as evidence as to how this government is conducting the financial affairs of this country. And while I do that, though, let me pause and remind the people of Barbados of something that this government thinks that we have forgotten. That with all these loans, Barbados' credit rating is still at speculative grade or junk bond status. So that when these pretty words are spoken as to how well we are doing, when everybody knows we are not doing well,
Honourable it would be better though if you tone down.
You're hearing me too well, sir. I want to be heard well.
I don't
but I
mind.
apologize for the state of your ears, sir.
Right. The tone, sir.
I have been told to ignore certain people who tell lies in court. So may I press on, sir? Good. So that let the people of this country be aware that Barbados's credit rating is still at speculative grade or junk bond status. And said in here, that does not amount to perjury. Said in here, it does not amount to perjury. Indeed, it is the truth. Said in here, it does not amount to perjury.
Honourable member, that has no part in this debate.
No, I'm saying what
No,
I'm
just
saying
the
here.
honourable member.
But I'm addressing you, sir.
Yes, sir, but so
I'm addressing you, sir.
That is not applicable in this chamber over which I rule. End of story, honourable member.
End of story. I am
End
addressing
of
you,
story.
sir, and I will hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, too. So let us, Your Honor, look at aspects of this loan. But let me go back, though, and remind the people of Barbados that they are intended to ask this government what happened to the $120 million taken from the European Investment Bank to convert Harrison's at North Point into a hospital. And in the aftermath of certain reports, what has become of those plans? So you see the point we're making, sir? That is rhetorical. You don't answer from there. We're speaking to the people through you, sir. Because this government is so wise, and wisdom involves honesty. And this government tells the people of Barbados that these loans are taken as part of honest enterprises. This one today, they tell you they're going to fix pit toilets in town and various parts of town, and they're going to fix the infrastructure and the water and so on. 7 years later. Well, 4 years later, 4 years later, you're going to shut them up, sir? Or you hearing me? How many people you hearing, sir?
I express
right, but hear
parliamentary deafness to certain things. Not judicial, parliamentary deafness.
You know why he spoke? I sat here and I recorded and writing what he was saying. I love to hear him, you know. There's something charming about him. And particularly when he does his dialectal indulgence. It is very charming, except that I do not interrupt him. And he is decent enough now to feel embarrassed that he has interrupted me, so I will forgive him and move on.
I didn't hear, I remember did not hear the honourable member for East Central interrupt me. I hear you saying mouse, I hear you adding mouse. I hear you using mouse. I heard the honourable member using mouse. He did not interrupt you. He said nothing about the honourable member for Christian. So say nothing to or about.
Where you getting this, sir? He laughing and I laughing. Where you getting in this?
Because I am empowered to so do.
He laughing and I laughing. So, Your Honor, I won't ask on another occasion what happened to the $120 million that these gurus got from the European Investment Bank to build a hospital at Harrison's Point in St. Lucie. we will not ask that again. Because by now the government, through the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, has the answer. He's digging into his bag. There's an answer down at the bottom of his bag, and he will take it out very shortly. And when he speaks again, he will, I don't know if it's a red bag though. They walk around with red bags. He is going to disclose that answer this evening. As for this loan, we're going to ask him, he's the leading technocrat in here, what will be the foreign exchange conversion costs. And we've already dared him to say, even in the absence of his superior within the ministry, what are the commissions to be paid? Since these, as I said before, this question of a commission paid, generous commission, we speculate, is not a part of a private transaction. This is a public matter, and the people of Barbados are being asked to repay this loan together with the commissions paid. But there is a question that perspicacious economists will also ask. This government previously pledged to do its borrowing when it could on the domestic market and to avoid the obvious disadvantage of foreign borrowing. Foreign borrowing. But it seems, Your Honor, that this government has encountered problems on the domestic market. It seems that way. Now, all governments, I think, and certainly governments in this part of the world, in these open economies, open and vulnerable, would obviously wish to pursue domestic borrowing over foreign borrowing. I mean, the advantage is obvious. And this government at the time, I think it was last year even, made that pledge that where the domestic market was available, it would pursue the domestic market. But here it is, in the space of weeks, off goes the government again to the international market to borrow foreign monies. This is an opportunity for the government to disclose to the people of Barbados whether it is encountering problems on the domestic market. In other words, is the domestic market unwilling to lend government money? And if the domestic market is unwilling to lend government money, is this the reason that government has to cross the border, go to the international market, and borrow money at a very high price? 8% is high. Now, today it is 3.5%, I think. But of course, within the Saudi resources, this loan to Barbados is probably forgettable from their perspective. From their perspective. So this is a slight matter. This is a trifle within the Saudi financial complex. For us, it is not, though. Close to $100 million US is not a trifle for us. Borrowed, as it is on the foreign market, it means that we have to raise foreign exchange to repay it. But the question is asked, is this to tell us, is this breach of government's commitment to resort to the local market when it becomes available, is that an indication that the domestic market has lost confidence in the government? Possibly. Because the domestic market would have a closer eye on this government and on this economy. In other words, they know what is happening in this economy. They know why purchasing domestically may be down. just as an example. They will know that the economy is possibly, quite possibly, contracting. They may know that unemployment is rising in spite of government's insistence that it is at 6%. Most people in most villages don't believe that because they're seeing evidence to the contrary. They're seeing evidence to the contrary. And they know that if there are 100 young people in their village, far more than 6 are unemployed. They know that. So we, on the other hand, don't know how government is pursuing its statistics. But we want to suggest that the government needs to be candid with the people of Barbados and say to the people of Barbados what really is the truth. And the truth is that it seems as if the local market has lost confidence in the government and that government has to chase off behind international lenders who impose high rates of interest on this country, 8%, although today, as I said, for a Saudi trifle, it is a mere 3.5%. But something is rotten in this Republican state of Barbados. Now, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, when she spoke today and said that she had never seen a society fall apart in this way, she said that today. And Barbados will be grateful to the Honourable Member for St. Thomas for breaking ranks and telling the truth about the state of the society in which she lives. But of course, I will not want to say to the Honourable Member for St. Thomas that she was referring to economic matters. She was referring to the society. But we will remind her that the two are joined one with the other. You do not discuss the economy unless you discuss the society and vice versa, because they're inextricably tied one to the other. In fact, people will tell you, some social scientists will tell you that there really is no difference. There really is no difference, because at the heart of society and economy is the need to eat. And you cannot live unless you eat. So that you don't partition a society away from an economy. That is done as an academic convenience. But there's a sense in which it is one and the same thing. But you have specialties and disciplines, and you will separate them. But the point is that the Honourable Member for St. Thomas must be congratulated for her perspicacious assessment of Barbados today, when she said, "I have never seen a society fall apart in this way." I hope she's not punished. I hope she's not punished for that disclosure. The Honourable Member for St. Thomas cannot withdraw it now. It was said, and we noted it, and she described her parish under the treatment of this government as Los Tomas. I chose today not to speak on that matter. I wanted to speak on this one, and to get to the heart of the matter, that this economy is in perilous trouble. The Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central does not complete a speech unless he issues condemnation of previous administrations. But if this administration is to be accused of heavy borrowing, it is not a new habit. Because when the Honourable Member was well employed elsewhere, his beloved government was committing this country to edutech and the millions upon millions of dollars that it cost this country. And one day, some social scientists will give us an accounting of the benefits of edutech to this country. A previous government that, in dubious arrangements, committed this country to the very expensive building of a prison. And it was said then, and since then, that the costs were suspiciously high. Of course, there's the Greenland landfill. I don't know if it is operational. I don't think it is. Then, of course, there was the 3S ABC Highway scandal. So that when we look back, and we look farther back than the period with which the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central remains preoccupied, we will hold his hand and take him a little farther back, not far back, not into the Middle Ages, but into the ages when an administration heavily committed the people of Barbados to loans, so that there's nothing new really with the present expedition, except that we're not living in the past, we're alive now. And the population that is alive now is entitled to express grave concern. And if only by way of example, as to the government's financial habits, we recently would have heard of a $10 million radiation machine which was purchased, and a long time after its purchase, it remains inactive. Inactive. So that if the people of this country need evidence of this government's financial imprudence, there is but not a small example, because there's nothing small about $10 million in equipment. And so, Your Honor, this country continues to labor under the financial imprudence of this government. These loans, I don't know when the work will begin. The Honourable Member, I don't believe, promised Barbadians when the work will begin. And if the Honourable Member did not tell Barbadians when the work will begin, he says he will get the loan. If he does not tell Barbadians when the work will begin, Barbadians will continue to believe that the monies derived from these loans do not find the destination that is promised. Here's another aspect to this transaction. The Honourable Member promised refurbishment and improvement to a number of medical facilities, and the Honourable Member called the names and said that these polyclinics would be included among the enhancements to be made. Now, I have accused this government of a failure to be transparent, a failure to be candid. Now, if the Honourable Member says that there are some polyclinics that are to be refurbished with monies derived from this loan, let the Honourable Member also say to Barbadians that government's plans in relation to the Oistins Polyclinic has nothing to do with refurbishment or renovation, whichever word you prefer. Let the Honourable Member confess to the people of Barbados that the plans at Oistins are identical to the whole town plans. That there is no plan to renovate Oistins. There's no plan to fix Oistins. There's a plan to relocate Oistins, to rebuild Oistins on the other side of the street. There's more to it, my friend. There's more to it. The whole town project, mired in controversy, is something of the prototype for the Oistins project. It's the honourable member intending to say to this parliament that monies from this loan, I beg your pardon, is the honourable member intending to say to the public of Barbados that monies from this loan are going towards the rebuilding of Oistins. But I will remind the honourable member of what we were told some time ago. And I want the people of Barbados to know. And I want the people of Barbados to hear this. It is not only the East Coast that is heading towards controversy. Keep your eyes on Oistins. That we were told that there's a plan for a developer to come to Oistins and the present complex, the present civic center, including the library, the polyclinic, and the police station, will be taken by a developer who will also agree to build a new civic center on the other side of the road. What we are being told today sounds different. We were told that that new developer will undertake the cost for the project on the other side of the road, with which I say there is no difficulty conceptually, because it really amounts to using your land for its optimal value. And if tourism augments values on the coastline, we're a small country and we're trying our best to do our best. And if a civic center on a coastline amounts to less than optimal value in relation to the use of that land, we don't come here to obstruct progress or development. Of course, progress and development are often different things. But that's not the point today. The point today is that this country possibly was told, and certainly some of us were told, that a new developer will undertake the costs of the new Oistins Civic Center. Today we are being told that this loan will look after that cost. Something must be rotten in this Republican state of Barbados. Both cannot be true. But I do not accuse the honourable member for Christchurch East Central of misleading the people of this country. I don't think he intends to mislead the people of this country. If he had intended to mislead the people of this country, he would not have confessed that White Oak was on the last mission and that White Oak probably got a very handsome commission, like how they got a very handsome commission of $27 million US to do a debt restructuring program that the honourable member for Christchurch East Central could have done himself for free. Something is always rotten in this Republican state of Barbados. He is far brighter than the White Oak crowd, far brighter. In fact, he is far brighter. I'll leave that alone. He knows what I mean. He knows what I mean. And I intended to compliment him. But while complimenting him, the work that he's sent to do is hardly ever worthy of compliment. Often abandoned by those who send him. And this Oistins transaction, as I said, mirroring the whole town transaction, means that what was disclosed today cannot be accurate. And the people of this country are now demanding accuracy in this government's disclosures, not only as to the loans that it is taking, but importantly, as to the use of the loans that it is taking. Too many people in this country have started to doubt that government is spending the monies derived from these loans in areas where they claim to be spending them. May I go back to the Harrison's point? Hospital, for which a loan of $120 million was taken from the European Investment Bank to permanently construct a new hospital that would benefit the people of the North, St. Lucie, St. Andrew, and St. Peter. What is the story today? Government. What is the story today? This is no joke. These are monies that have to be repaid by future generations. This is not about us today. I often say that. Our political endeavors have little to do with us. We're all over 40. Every one of us in here, even those who pretend to be under 40. All over 40. This is not for us. As I said earlier, you under 40? But the exception is that you won't be here very soon. You asked for that. So, Your Honor, this is not about us. This is about the 15-year-old or the 25-year-old who will want to live as sweetly as you have for your adult life. These transactions are going to deprive him of that opportunity, sir. These transactions are going to deprive him of that opportunity. And these transactions become all the more suspicious based on government's record of a lack of candor, a lack of transparency, a lack of truth, even in relation to the destination of the monies taken from these loans. It is as serious as that. No joke. No joke. We can come in here and beat the stress by occasional laughter and a smile. But in that public domain, there's a lot of distrust. In that public domain, there's a lot of doubt. There's a lot of fear as to this country's future prospects. And when I speak of the country, I'm not talking about the landscape, I'm talking about the humanscape. Young people who are now fleeing this country in the wake of heavy indebtedness. A 25-year-old who will be called upon between the age of 25 and 40 to be part of a burden, or to be part of carrying a burden, while he is unable to purchase something more than a car. He can't live in his own house, and therefore he chooses emigration and leaves behind the kind of society described by the Honourable member for St. Thomas earlier today when she said she has never seen a society. I'm going to end by quoting the Honourable member for St. Thomas. I have never seen a society fall apart in this way. Things fall apart. Chinua Achebe, I think, wrote that book. The Honourable member for St. Thomas wrote her own book today. Her own version of Things Fall Apart, and she laments the falling apart of this society. Maybe she'll be punished for it. Maybe she's too senior in the party now to endure any punishment, but I congratulate her. I congratulate her. And she will meet me in the corridor later and say a few words to me for having taken good notes of her speech, for which she received generous applause from those present. But I answer by saying that there is a discomfort in this country in relation to these loans, this time from the, and I don't wish to mislead the people of Barbados. Yes, this one is from the Saudi Fund for Development. The Saudi Fund for Development. I am going to call on the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, who made a solemn promise that if he hears anything worthy of a response, he will so respond to it. I think the people of Barbados are entitled not only to hear of the fact of this loan, but if it is for development, please tell the people of Barbados when these development works will begin. Or is this another empty promise made in relation to funds that are likely to disappear within the cracks of this society? Will it disappear? Please stand up when your turn comes, Honourable Member, and tell the people of Barbados when you expect these works to begin. The Honourable Member was extremely eloquent in articulating the various areas, Garden, Land, and Tweedside Road, and please tell them when these works will begin. Your Honour, you have been most patient. Your Honour, you have been most patient, and I am checking my notes to see if I have forgotten anything. I think I have. I think, Your Honour, I have covered all that I intended to cover. Just to say to you, Your Honour, that we join, the opposition joins with the people of Barbados in opposing these frequent expeditions to international lending agencies to prop up a failing economy, that the time has come when this government must begin new investment into the local energies of the people of this country and try to generate incomes, not only private and personal incomes, but a national income, so as to repay the existing loans and to cease these frequent visits to international lending agencies to repay earlier loans. That is a financial sin. It is financial madness. And that financial madness was disclosed a few weeks ago when the people of this country discovered that we were taking a loan at 8% to repay a loan, an existing loan of 4%. That was the madness. And so the people are entitled to lose trust and confidence in this government's ability to competently manage the economy of this country. Your Honour, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition once, not too long ago, made reference to the fact that I had chosen on 2 occasions to step back from the cabinet in order to focus on my constituency. He made reference to that, and he said that as a result, that when I came in here, I often seemed very unhappy. Now, a man, sir, that cannot tell the difference between when a woman has been left happy and unhappy has all kinds of problems, so I would not try to add to those. But I am glad that he came in today to give us some jokes to lift my spirits. And I am helpful, I am thankful, sir, for the effort in that regard. But I have to address 1 or 2 of the things that caused some laughter among us. And the reason that we laugh, sir, is not because these things we take lightly. It's not because at all that we, unlike the last Democratic Labour Party administration, apply no discipline to the matters of finance and economic resilience of this country. To the contrary, this government absolutely does. So let me clarify that the cancellation of the loan for urban renewal in Barbados, and I have to address these matters, sir, as a former minister responsible for economic affairs and investment that inherited a mess of an investment loan portfolio. That's the truth. A nightmare on Bay Street. It really was. From a government that that left on the table 5 development loans unexecuted, either because they could not meet the counterpart financing, and I'll come to that in a minute, or simply because they didn't know how to execute the loan. The IDB loan for housing and urban renewal that was meant to address Greenfield and Gardenland and Cats Castle and Island View was meant to be $80 million, $60 million from the bank, and $20 million in counterpart financing. 47 million of that was canceled, not because of any wonderful decision-making by a government, because they could not get it spent. They couldn't meet the counterpart financing for that, nor for the CDB loan for the upgrade of Constitution River that I had the pleasure of seeing executed in Halls Road once I became the MP and the Minister for Economic Affairs and Investment. Because these matters, sir, often when you go to have to execute a loan, the institution will tell you, well, you need to have some skin in the game. We need some counterpart financing from you, either in cash or in kind, so that we know that it matters to you to execute this and that this loan and the project will be realized. So that was, for the avoidance of doubt, that loan was not canceled because of good economic financial decision making. The people take back their money because it was not being spent. And they felt that if the government, the Democratic Labour Party government at the time kept it, then they wasn't sure whether they would get it back. That is why the loan was canceled. And it was part of a portfolio of about almost $191 million, if I recall correctly, and if I don't, the honourable members who now occupy the portfolio will correct me if and when they speak. About 130 or so of that from 5 capital works projects, if I recall, was left unspent. And so we had this happening, sir, in a context where a former Minister of Finance in that administration declared in this honorable place that he doesn't know what low-income housing is, because housing is expensive. That was the level of cluelessness that the people of Barbados had to contend with in the context of urban renewal. But sorry, go further, because I will confess to this honorable chamber today that the greatest challenge that we had as a Ministry of Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment, starting in 2018, was being able to convince the multilateral institutions, the financial institutions, that they should lend money to us again for housing and urban renewal, as a result of the poor economic management of those loans that they had granted in the past. Government is indeed a continuum, and the people of Barbados pay the price for the bad decision-making of a previous Democratic Labour Party government. And the irony of it is that a man that purports to lead an institution, to lead a political party, that would want to lead a country, if he could finally choose a seat from which to run, does not have the understanding that this is how public finance works. But the reason that this agreement, that this loan financing is so significant, is that it had proven very difficult, and we tried. It had proven very difficult. Policy-based lending, which is what we call budget support, whereby the monies come in to shore up the foreign reserves, that kind of lending and other kinds of investment loans a lot of the loan facilities that the ministers responsible for finance and for economic affairs and investment recently were able to get over the line in terms of debt for climate swaps and so on, those kinds of things came more easily. But the truth is that the international lending community did not have confidence that Barbados would be able to execute investment loans for housing and urban renewal. So the fact that today this kind of loan can come here is a sign of progress, because it has been extreme, and this is not just for Barbados, in general as well. It is a harder task to get over the line, to be able to secure investment loans for this kind of activity. And so, I really thank the honourable member for the laugh, but I had to cease the laughter to be able to bring some sense, common sense, to the history and some clarity and some truth to the issues regarding those capital works loans. So, sir, the efforts at urban renewal that this project is meant to address are obviously critical. I was pleased to hear the member for Christchurch East Central clarify, and I suspect that is because he knew the question was coming, that this phase 1 that seeks to address Chapman Lane and its suburbs, which lay between President Kennedy Road, Westbury Road, Baxter's Road, Tudor Street, Princess Alice Highway, and Prescott Boulevard, that those are the areas to be addressed in phase 1. I will confess I read that with some consternation. And I am assuming that phase 2, which he very lightly in passing mentioned would deal with Halls Road and the surrounding areas, would be coming, would be critical. Sir, this is one Barbados. It is certainly one St. Michael. And I often describe parts of St. Michael South Central as the greater Bridgetown area. So I am not trying to separate myself from the noble city of Bridgetown. But I hope we realize that urban renewal in an important capital city, albeit with a perhaps declining population of residents, that urban renewal cannot just be focused in that area. And I will further confess that it is stark and very apparent the difference in investment, in recent investment, between the infrastructure in the city and the infrastructure in the neighborhoods just next to the city. To the extent that areas like Tweedside Road and Halls Road, Carrington Village, Bannister Land, Delamere Land, to the extent that these are areas with historic areas of this country, areas that have regrettably had to experience certain levels of underinvestment, particularly in a previous administration, suggests to me that projects such as this have to be expanded. And I know my good friend, the honourable member for the city of Bridgetown, will stand to defend, as he must. But I do not believe that we can take the Bridgetown area or to take this project, and when we talk about urban renewal, feel that we're just talking about town. Because to the extent that the areas that I've just outlined are intricately connected to Bridgetown, but also are at the core of urban Barbados, I would assume that phase 2 is following on the heels of this phase 1. Sir, I would further suggest that, you know, the management of these kinds of activities, it's a lot of balls in the air. You're talking about housing, you're talking about water and sanitation and sewage. When we were able to carry out the upliftment of the Constitution River area, the canal, one of the things we said to the residents there was that we would also work to upgrade the sewage systems, that we would be able to do some independent kinds of systems for the homes that they occupy, and that we would also pay some attention to their housing as well as to their businesses. My colleagues in here must be tired of hearing me talk about the unmet project that is the Halls Road Commercial Village. And the fact that we have to do better at being able to forecast, estimate, and manage the cost of infrastructure such that we can deliver to people. It is not sufficient to be able to say, we would love to be able to build this thing that you have clearly expressed that you need, that we have agreed is important, that we have agreed must be executed. But year after year after year, we are not satisfied with the pricing. We are not satisfied with the costing. And it suggests to me, having moved the project from the Ministry of Youth to the Urban Development Commission to all around the place to see who could manage to execute it at the lowest cost, it suggests to me that perhaps what we might want to turn our minds to is the idea of a central government project management and execution entity. So that when we are negotiating rates, so that when we are looking at pricing, we are looking from a central place. Such that, because we know that some ministries are not works ministries, some ministries are not project management ministries, yet we expect them to be able to execute works when really that is not their capacity. And then we wonder why projects that are dedicated to urban renewal are lagging. And so I renew the call to have centralized project management and execution of major projects, such that people in urban Barbados would be able to benefit. But sir, there needs to be further alignment in some of our policy. And I suspect that sometimes we have this artificial separation. I saw recently that there was a discussion about certain trade issues, and the fact that a commitment was made, and I know that as a former Minister of Industry, I have certain other kinds of constituents that will be listening very carefully to what I'm about to say. But there were utterances made recently with respect to the production and the importation of paint. And the declaration made that soon CARICOM would be taking steps to make sure that external competitors, foreign competitors who are producing paint products, would not be able to export into the CARICOM economic region their products unless there were certain increased duties or tariffs paid. And I know that we have to do our best to ensure that our local manufacturers are able to enjoy as much of an even playing field as they can. We also, though, need to understand the knock-on effects of certain economic and trade decisions. We need to consider and understand what is driving the consumer, what is driving the industry that is responsible for construction, what is driving these individuals to choose the external competitor. And we're talking about paint. And what might be the repercussions of causing the local sector, remember, it is not just the paint manufacturing sector that is implicated here. It is also any sector that buys and uses paint. What are the pricing knockoffs? What is the reason for the selections that are being made? And I'll give an example. It could be, and it has been reported, that there are certain kinds of paints and primers, for example, that last longer. If it is the case that certain paints and primers last longer, a person who is erecting new construction or choosing to repaint their home might choose one of those because ultimately that is a lower lifetime cost to them and a lower lifetime cost to the sector. In short, you may be, in trying to keep a promise to one sector, undermining the attempts of another sector to be able to have the lower margins that we as a government call for them to have. Now, we say that to the members of the private sector, to the companies, to the construction companies, to the contractors, that we want them to stay within certain margins because government is not a piggy bank and we can't afford to spend so much money on works and construction. And then we take action that might drive up the cost of inputs. Either drive up the cost of inputs directly by making them pay more for certain products that the customers choose, or drive up the cost of the cost indirectly by causing a person to maintain their property more often, to invest in the things that would maintain the property more often, meaning that overall you're paying more. I just raise these things, sir, because of the concern that while we secure the financing, and I'll tell you, the member for Christchurch is central, and I know well that securing financing does not necessarily mean that you're going to see the benefits home at you. So we secure the financing, but then when it comes to the execution, we have to take particular care. We have to take particular care, number one, to align policies, to align practices. So, for example, that if we say, yes, we want to make sure that we are investing in works in the urban communities, does that align with our trade policy? Does that align with the fact that we're still having issues with the clearance of containers at the port? And that there remains a certain level of unpredictability between whether a container that has been greenlit will still need to face increased overtime costs on behalf of customs officers to inspect, even though it has been greenlit. And I say these things because I'm encouraging us to align the things that we're doing. All of these things contribute to whether the project activities that are outlined, with which one could find no fault in this project document, whether we will actually be able to do them and do them in time to mean something to people. Because that's something else that we have to highlight. The timing with which these works are executed makes a difference in people's lives. Sir, the other point I want to make has to do with another area of policy alignment, and really of project management. And it has to do with making sure that not only do we have the financial wherewithal to execute the project, we have the personnel to execute the projects, we have the policy alignment to execute the project, and we have the equipment to execute the projects. I seem to recall that with previous projects, and one in particular, I believe it was the CAF sector-wide approach program for roads and culverts and related works. And what we had said at that time was that there would be equipment packages that had to accompany these loans. And why? Because there were too many times, and we saw it before, there were too many times where we said, yes, we got the money to do the thing. We have the personnel. Do we have the equipment? I heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast make reference earlier to the fact that there were 6 pothole patching trucks on order. And I was happy to hear the update, because the fact is that it causes great consternation for me to learn, if I call a depot, as I have recently, to ask some questions about what is happening to the reports made in Clapham of potholes, to the emergency reports made, because even though Fords Road clearly needs to be repaved, at the very least, can we have the deep, I mean, sir, your soul is stirred when you drop in those particular 2 potholes at the corner, going across from Valerie to crossing Scott's Gap, going over to Fords Road. And anybody hearing my voice know exactly the 2 holes I mean. I could probably picture them. I see a red graffiti spray paint around them. I'm not sure if that's meant to say avoid. But when I make those reports and I hear there is no pothole patching truck, the pothole patching truck for St. Michael is out, it suggests to me that there's a misalignment then. Because we have to line up all the things. We got the money, but I can't put the asphalt on my back and carry it down the road. So it is a matter of, you see, when we bring these things here, they look like they make sense. But then we got to do the fine work of going behind all of this to see, what do we have, what do we need, and what do we have? And how long is it going to take to get there? And sir, regrettably, I experience it every day. Because regrettably, again, we have systems where we know that a part might fail. This part is going to last 4 years. Oh, my goodness. So we buy the part now, and we don't buy another one to put down at least 3 years out, order it, so that by the time we deal with all of the supply chain issues and all of the issues with containers stuck here and there, that we estimate enough time to get the second order of the thing in, and we keep it in the basement. We do that, right? We do that in our households. We put down the thing because we know that we're going to need it later, so that we don't have to run out in the middle of the night in our pajamas, or worse yet, go without it. And so, what you hear from me, sir, is an indication that, you know, the best laid plans need some extra attention. And while we deal with some of these, I mean, I would say vexing issues, because the truth is that the water and sanitation issues that affect us in Barbados are not easily solved. They're not easily solved. But this is a Barbados Labour Party government that has a face it and fix it attitude. Of that, I am sure. So it means then that for those other things, that while we do some of this very difficult work, and while the member for Christchurch East Central and his team work on some of the very innovative financial instruments that they have been able to work on, that we also need to address the very simple things that we can fix. I do not know why a sign for Bakeoff Gap should be on the road. And let me tell you why this matters, sir. I come from Sinclair Road in Haggett Hall. And one time, I was going back up there to visit my dad, passed through one Saturday morning, the sign is down. Not only is it down, it mashed up. Can't read the word. I don't know how other people feel, right? But when I come from a place, when I identify with a place, when I live in a place, and the message being sent to me is, I ain't even care enough about you and your place to pick up the sign off the ground. What does that say to the same young people that we are complaining have no regard for their communities? Do we? Do we? Royal Court up the road in Britain's Hill, same thing. Signs just falling on the ground as if people don't walk about. It is a slap in the face of the people in those communities, and especially the young people who are happy to tell you where they come from. How many people in this honorable place or my colleagues tired of hearing that I come from St. Clair Road? Tired of hearing that I went to Belmont Primary School? I identify with those places. When people identify with a place and you do not show them, demonstrate to them that you are willing to invest in it, forget about these issues of matters of social cohesion and all these fancy things that we like to stand up in here and talk about. Low-hanging fruit. And I dare say that we did not need $34.2 million US for that. Because that should be in the regular maintenance of the responsible ministry. Because the same way that I see that sign on the ground, somebody else has to see it. We don't walk about. We don't walk about. And the same way that I feel something in the pit of my stomach, on behalf of those people who come from that gap, the rest don't feel something in the pit of their stomach when you see that. And so, sir, I support these efforts tremendously. I know, as does the member for Christchurch East Central, as does now the member for St. Philip West, that coming to these negotiated agreements is not easy. So the member for Christchurch South, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, could stand up in here and guess about how easy it is to go away and get some money and come back. As if, when I was small, I used to read about the faraway tree and the land of take what you want. So he must take the guy of faraway tree and you climb the tree and you go and pick up $35 million for urban renewal. In an environment where multilateral institutions are barely lending for that anymore because they're telling countries this should be a part of your core financing. But when a country has been left to decay, as certain parts of Barbados were, you can't do it all from your core finance. You can't do it all from your central budget. You have to be able to find the resources to bring the place up to speed. So the second part of these resources that relate to the polyclinics and primary care in Barbados, I will not say much about, except to say this. A similar concept applies. We know, I believe evidence has shown, that if we invest more, yes, we need the infrastructure, we need the buildings, we need to upgrade the facilities, but we also need to invest in the people inside those facilities. And we also need to invest in the knowledge and the information. I regret that I will sound like a stuck record on these matters, because the less we invest in primary health care, the more we're going to have to invest at the tertiary level. And the fact is that the rates of severe illness from the kinds of things that we can prevent are outstripping the public finances. And it is happening in many countries around the world. Put simply, I am saying the following. A country will find it very difficult to keep up with spending money on treatment when things have gone too far. It will find it far easier to be able to invest at the primary level, to be able to make sure, as I'm seeing that this project does, to make sure that there are expanded dental facilities. Sir, I grew up going to Lady Mead, it was at the time, Sir Winston Scott Polyclinic. We called it Lady Mead. And I still remember the 2 dental hygienists I used to go to. It probably wasn't the best idea that in exchange for us behaving at the dentist, my mother used to carry us to Purity and buy a jump up. But at least I was only a couple times a year. But investing at that level meant that there was less money to spend on care, on treatment later on. And I hear all of the things that we're saying about what is needed at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital and the fact that people expect to get top-of-the-line surgery and other interventions for illness. I hear that, I understand. And I think that it is noble for any country to target universal tertiary health care. However, when we take the pie and we cut it, when we look at the competing cases, when we look at the competing levels of intervention, it is a very difficult thing to ask a CEO of a hospital or a doctor in a hospital, well, where are you going to spend the money? On this particular manifestation of an NCD or that one? On this particular manifestation of smoking for 20 years or another manifestation of cancer or of a different kind of cancer? These are the things that are uncomfortable questions. But the fact is that unless we change the model of healthcare to front-load investment at the primary time, at the level of the polyclinic, to teach people how to eat, how much to eat, what not to eat, how much to move, how much you need to sleep, the fact that alcohol is poison and is poisoning our bodies. I see certain heads snap up in here and look at me. But the evidence is showing that. I'm not judging your choices, but the evidence is showing that. I used to say, how many ever drinks a week? No, they say there is nothing redeeming in alcohol consumption. There is nothing. I know I want the member to looking at me to stop looking at me, or I might have to make reference to who they are. There's nothing. We're killing ourselves with that. So talk straight to the people and let them know that these are the habits that mean that you may find yourself in a line at a hospital in 20 years looking for treatment because many other people took the decisions that you took. Or you could go a different route and make other choices. Because there will also be people who find themselves there through no doing of their own. And our public finances have to make sure to cover those particular cases. So we are all competing for health care. And I believe that this kind of project that seeks to invest at the primary level is critical, along with the other kinds of messages that I just made reference to, because it means that people will take care of themselves. And this is not just a financial issue for the government. It's not just about decreasing what we have to spend at the hospital on dialysis and on other things. It's also about quality of life. Making sure that while people are alive, they're able to enjoy the work they're able to enjoy their children, they're able to enjoy their environment, and they were able to really live and have that sense of well-being that we committed to be able to improve. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I felt that coming. And I close by saying that I support this project that focuses on urban renewal and investments in primary health care. I appeal to us, and I say us because it's all of us, to make sure that we set up ourselves to do the fine work to make this real in people's lives. And where we are able to move now, before the first drawdown of money, where we're able to pick up $50,000 that's already sitting in the ministry and fix the signs on the road and fix the little things that make people feel as if you're looking in on them and caring about them, that we do that. And with those few words, sir, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member Sir Michael North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. It is a pleasure to be able to stand and lend my support to this resolution that is before the House, the resolution to recognize and support the advancement of loan funds from the Saudi Development Fund in the amount of $92.7 million US. And before I get into the heart of my contribution, I just want to speak to a few of the things that troubled me in the presentation by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. And I don't often use up my valuable time responding to his contributions, and I use that word very loosely. But I think it is important that I speak to a few things, because I'm often concerned that the work that we do in this place, being by its very nature serious, important work, that we ought not to reduce our contributions to nonsensical ramblings that make zero connection with not only that which is being debated in the House of Parliament, but zero connection with the reality that people face on a daily basis. Every time the Honourable Leader of the Opposition stands up, he talks about that, boring. As far as I know, and the Honourable Member who led this resolution can correct me, but the debt to GDP ratio of this country, when we became the administration in 2018, stood at around 175 or so percent. Debt to GDP, 170-something percent. And over the last 7 years of dedicated, diligent, committed, steadfast, and prudent leadership by this administration, led by the hardworking Prime Minister, the Honourable Member from the constituency of St. Michael Northeast, and the Minister of State, or the Ministry, I should say, of Finance, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, and the entire Ministry of Finance team and Economic Affairs. We have been able to see that debt to GDP ratio drop from 170-odd% to just over 100% in the last reports. But Mr. Speaker, sir, well, that in itself is an indicator that this administration is doing a good job when it comes to the management of our debt. So stand up every single week just talking about debt, and boring, in the absence of realizing that there is prudent fiscal management that is going on right now. And when you just oppose that with the nonsense that happened under the administration that he is a part of now, that he now leads, the party that he now leads, that the Honourable Member now leads, there's chalk and cheese. Mr. Speaker, sir, chalk and cheese. There is no comparison. That is one. The second point that he mentioned that gave me cause to just spend just a few seconds really on his contribution. He said something that really it offended me. He said that the government continues to borrow and take loans And his exact words were loans taken, and people have not seen the benefit of these loans. Mr. Speaker, well, we would have to be mad people as an administration to go out there and borrow money, take on debt, that we do not see a direct benefit to the people of Barbados. We would have to be mad people. And I think right off the top of my head of the loans that were borrowed, I think it's from the Chinese Exim Bank, if I'm not mistaken. The Chinese Export-Import Bank, where we borrowed funds of $230 million for the Scotland District Rehabilitation Project. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I remember as a citizen in this country seeing the plight of people in Whitehill, in the constituency that my honourable friend here now represents, St. Andrew. I remember, Mr. Speaker, seeing people that could not get from one side of Whitehill to the other because of broken down roads. This is the same Scotland District that we're talking about now. And I'm pleased that under this administration that solutions have already begun to be put in place for the people of Whitehill, and they can now walk and traverse across roads that are functional. That was done by the $230 million loan from the Chinese Export-Import Bank. So when he says that this administration is just borrowing money and the loans are not benefiting the people of Barbados, what part of the universe is he from, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition? What part of the universe is he from, Mr. Speaker, sir? And the third thing that I would mention that really caused me some discomfort, he said that this loan today, this debate that we are right now engaging in, this conversation that I would hope will be uplifting the people of Barbados and educating them, edifying them, and also giving them confidence that their administration is seeking to do right by them. He said, and I quote, that this reflects nothing more than financial madness. But Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't think that the people in the urban corridor of Bridgetown and of this country will see this as foolishness. When I look at the objectives of the specific project, the urban renewal project relative to water, housing, and infrastructure sector, phase 1, it says to me, sir, here are some of the objectives, sir. To improve and revitalize housing and neighborhood conditions for low and moderate income communities in Bridgetown, in the Bridgetown area, enabling them to become what? More climate resilient. The second objective is to contribute to providing additional affordable housing solutions for low and moderate income families. That is foolishness, sir. But I don't think the people that are in Cat's Castle, etc., I don't think the people that are in Greenfield, etc., in the heart of Bridgetown, the Bridgetown environs, that the Honourable Member for the City of Bridgetown, I'm sure will stand up and speak to this as well in more detail. I don't think they will see that this loan is, as he said, nothing more than financial madness. I don't think it's financial madness to them. When we talk about constructing connections to sewage treatment system in the Bridgetown area, construction of sewage tanks and connecting them to local sewage system, upgrading low and moderate income residential houses and retrofitting homes so that they're better able to withstand hurricanes and other climate adaptation solutions. I don't think that is foolishness, sir. I think that we're doing serious business here in this parliament. And I think that we as an administration are also doing serious work to improve the lives of the people for whom we represent. So these things, as I said, I don't often waste my time, because I know, sir, you're monitoring my time very closely. And I would love if you can give me back the 5 minutes I just spent there, but it's all up to you, sir. So as I move on from that, I wholeheartedly support this loan, because as it said in its description, this is a developmental loan. Every single person within this chamber and outside of this chamber has to manage a household, has to manage income and expenditures. And many times, at a personal level, we have to go to a financial institution and ask them to borrow some money so that we may be able to go a little further and a little faster. Mr. Speaker, if you want to build a home,
You can build it out of pocket. You can take up your money that you earn on a monthly basis and buy a handful of bricks here and there, a bag of cement here and there. And Mr. Speaker, it may take you a long time to do. It may take you months, it may take you years, it may in some cases take decades. Or you can go to a financial institution, go through the process, apply for a loan, let the people give you a mortgage, and you may be able to build your home a lot faster and be able to get in it and enjoy the fruits of your labor. So borrowing is not a sin. There's nothing wrong with borrowing, especially if you do it in a manageable, sustainable, and prudent way. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. So when we go and we engage the international community, the Saudi Development Fund in particular, and in this case, to engage them for developmental funding that will help us to be able to engage our people in the urban corridor, to improve the lives of our citizens at a very basic and grassroots level. We're talking about being able to use these funds to eradicate pit toilets, Mr. Speaker, sir. This is real serious work. And it is work that is having a real and will have a real impact on the quality of lives of our people in this little country. So I support developmental loans such as this. Let me start as well by thanking, because loans like this don't just fall off the back of a truck. They take significant work to be able to negotiate, to work out all the details, to see who's going to be impacted, what will that impact be. A lot of work went into this loan and in this facility. So I want to thank the hardworking and dedicated team at the Ministry of Health and Wellness in particular for the component that relates to health. I want to thank the senior minister responsible for the social sector, and of course the Ministry of Health and Wellness proper. I want to thank the PS of that ministry. I want to thank the CMO. I want to thank all the senior officials, the planning department, planning and research department, and others who would have been, as I know, since I've been in the ministry over the last year, working assiduously to work with the team at Saudi to be able to work out and negotiate the details, the fine details. And every single meeting, it was about how is this going to impact on the lives of people in Barbados in a positive way. So I know the hard work and the dedication that went into this. Of course, the Ministry of Finance and Economic Investment teams as well for their significant work. And of course, I can't leave out the team at Saudi Development, because they are the ones who were working with us and holding our hands in the process to ensure that we are able to come today to this Parliament and bring before the people of Barbados, having reached this stage where we can say, now we have this loan, we have negotiated its terms, we are about to go forward, and there will be some development coming to the people of Barbados. So I said thanks on behalf of the people of St. Michael North in particular, and of course the government and the people of Barbados for the hard work that has gone into this so far. Ultimately, let me move on quickly to the second phase. I already spoke, Mr. Speaker, about the urban renewal, community upgradation that's taking place, the residential housing development that is going to take place. All these things are significant infrastructure, physical infrastructure, but I believe that they will have a larger social impact, psychological impact. Mr. Speaker, I think there's a theory, it's called the broken glass theory. And it was based on a lived experience, probably going back to the 1970s or 80s. I think it was in New York, I could be mistaken. But it is based on this principle that persons who were living in a certain area, all around them, they were seeing a lot of the old, dilapidated buildings around them that surrounded them. As they go on their way to school, as they go at home, as they're playing in the parks, etc., they saw all the windows broken out. You know, children, mischievous, so throw rocks and break glass, etc. And those dilapidated buildings and environs, they became so accustomed to seeing it like that. And somebody undertook an experiment, Mr. Speaker, to replace all of the broken glass in all of these buildings around this particular poverty-stricken area. And it was said, Mr. Speaker, that having done that, and by that simple intervention of repairing the broken glass, that people's perception of themselves improved. People's perception of their community improved. They had better social cohesion.
They felt like they were better and more placed and had a place in society just because of an intervention such as improving the environs, fixing broken glass. So when we undertake this type of a loan, when we undertake this type of a process, and as the honourable member that spoke before me would have mentioned, when we now execute, go beyond the loan, go beyond the negotiation, and get to execution, it is the people of these urban communities that will begin to feel more empowered in themselves, feel enfranchised. Their morale will go up. They will think more positively of themselves and their circumstances. And that can only argue well for us as a country, Mr. Speaker. And that's what this Barbados Labour Party administration seeks to do, to make a better life for our people. That's what it's about. So I support that. But let me move on very quickly, Mr. Speaker, to the second component of this particular resolution. The polyclinic upgrade, refurbishment, and primary healthcare system of our refurbishment of our primary healthcare system, and is a project. And Mr. Speaker, the aim of this is to develop our healthcare centers, to provide high-quality healthcare, and of course, to expand our primary healthcare services in Barbados. In particular, we're going to have the establishment of 2 new polyclinics being built under this particular developmental loan. The Eunice Gibson Polyclinic in St. Michael is going to be fully rebuilt, and the Randall Phillips Polyclinic in St. Philip is going to be fully rebuilt as well. Sorry, Oistins, let's say St. Philip. Of course, Church South, actually, in particular. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's no secret. The honourable member of the honourable leader of the opposition made it seem as if there's something that has been hidden. Well, I myself on the floor of this place said already that 2 new polyclinics were going to be built. And I mentioned the Randall Phillips Polyclinic and the Eunice Gibson Polyclinic already. It has been in the media. It has been said many times going and coming. There's no new secret. So when he says that we did not say that we are going to be building 2 new polyclinics, that is not so. Mr. Speaker, that is clear and that is known. We'll not waste any more time on that. But we're seeking to modernize each of our polyclinics as they stand right now. And there's a PAHO WHO standard when it comes to hospitals and other institutions. They're called smart hospitals and institutions and healthcare institutions. They focus and they highlight environmental sustainability, waste management, and water conservation. So these institutions are being fashioned under the smart hospitals and health institutions framework of PAHO WHO. And that is to ensure that as we build them and rebuild and refurbish the ones that we are going to just be refurbishing, that we're doing it with that standard in mind to ensure that we can have environmental sustainability, water conservation, and of course, proper economical and environmental waste management. We're seeking to modernize 7 of our 9 remaining polyclinics, 2 being fully rebuilt, 7 being refurbished. We're upgrading all of our equipment within these facilities, point of care equipment. And this is medical devices, Mr. Speaker, that allow us to be able to do diagnostic testing where persons are. So being able to move a piece of equipment to a patient, whether within the polyclinic setting and in some cases even outside of the polyclinic setting, to be able to do diagnostic tests. This in its sense, in itself, will be able to improve the delivery of healthcare because it can increase and enhance the speed at which results can be delivered. And of course, then interventions can be made. And in essence, Mr. Speaker, sir, as other speakers have mentioned, this is ultimately to help our government and of course the Ministry of Health and Wellness to better strategically align our focus relative to the delivery of primary health care. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's an old adage, prevention is better than cure. And then there's another adage, I believe that one may be an international one, but I think that there's another one, if I can localize it a little bit, that I heard from the time I was a little boy. An ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. I think it's a good baking terminology. An ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure, Mr. Speaker. And this speaks, and this speaks to the fact that we ought to spend and invest. And I heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central speak to it. She indicated that we need to front load. And it's really about investing. The spending is going to take place one way or the other, Mr. Speaker, sir. You're either going to be spending at the front end, where you're seeking to bring prevention of illness, or you're going to have to spend at the back end, where you're trying to treat illnesses and diseases. So you're going to spend in any case. But the research has shown us within the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the international research has shown us that spending in preventative measures relative to health and wellness has a far greater return on investment than spending relative to the treatment of illnesses and diseases. It is better to spend your dollars in trying to prevent people from being ill than trying to treat people who then become ill, Mr. Speaker. So this aligns perfectly with the strategic focus and drive of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. And I can say to you, even in the name itself, we have gone past just being a Ministry of Health to being a Ministry of Health and Wellness, seeking to encompass the messaging around wellness, overall well-being for our people. And as I say that, Mr. Speaker, we have to take stock of where we are as a country. 83% of our deaths in this country are caused by non-communicable diseases. 8 out of 10 persons in this country on a daily basis are dying because of non-communicable diseases. Diabetes, hypertension, chronic respiratory illness, cancers. These are the things that are taking our citizens out. And even when it is not causing mortality, Mr. Speaker, it is doing a hell of a job, if I may say that. It's doing a hell of a job of causing morbidity. So it's causing our people to also lose their productive years. So you have persons, and I have asked for the ministry, I've asked for my technical persons within the ministry to do calculations relative to the productivity losses to a country. For the man hours that are lost because of people being out due to diabetes-related issues, hypertension-related issues, cancer-related issues, and others. There's a significant portion of our GDP that is being lost on an annual basis, Mr. Speaker, because persons are ill and they're not able to produce at the levels that they want to. So NCDs are no joke. They're causing our people significant distress, and ultimately, there is a cost to the NCDs. There's a financial and economic cost to NCDs when that star employee, who is often on the job first and leaves last, when he or she gets struck by an NCD and they cannot give the same level of output, they cannot give the same level of energy to their task, Mr. Speaker, as a country, we all suffer because of that. So we need to address the NCDs, which is why we're placing our emphasis on primary health care so that we can cut off these NCDs at the pass, prevent them from happening, prevent them from worsening, so that we can ensure that our people live healthier, longer, and more productive lives. Mr. Speaker, ultimately, our polyclinics sit as a major component in our delivery of health care within our country. The polyclinics, 9 of them, are spread across the various communities, strategically so, and they were all designed so that people within either walking distance or one bus route would be able to get to their particular polyclinic within their catchment area. So I don't have to leave St. Michael and go up to St. John to go to the polyclinic. I can go straight to Eunice Gibson, or I can go across to some other one that is closer to me in my catchment area. But we must appreciate that many of these polyclinics were around for many decades. So you're dealing with a very aged facility in many cases, run down, in need of refurbishment, and in some cases in need of full renewal. So this is an important loan in that regard, because we need to ensure that if we're focusing on primary health care, that the institutions, the facilities, the spaces where we're delivering that primary health care is at its optimum, It is at its highest standard. It is cutting edge in that regard. Mr. Speaker, persons attend the polyclinics in Barbados from birth to 100 plus. They can walk in and get a range of services, range of clinical services. Mental health services are delivered at each of our polyclinics. Pain management services, disease management services, and of course, very importantly, screening services. And that's where I want to take the focus of this conversation now. We're focusing our attention on screening. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage, while I have this opportunity to speak to the people of Barbados, I really want to encourage our people to take more individual and personal and intentional responsibility for their health. Take responsibility for your health. Whilst we invest in the infrastructure, whilst we invest hundreds of millions of dollars per year as a country and as a government towards taking care of the people of Barbados' health, Mr. Speaker, each individual still has to take personal responsibility for their health. And I want to suggest that we start by getting checked. And I want to speak particularly to the men, Mr. Speaker, through you. Men have this aversion to being checked for certain things. In fact, most things. We call it in the health space, health-seeking behaviors. Women exhibit stronger health-seeking behaviors than men. This is across the globe. Women will tend to go to their doctor and get their regular checkups. They have specific female-related checkups, gynecological in this particular sense. But men will not go and see a doctor for years, sometimes for decades. You know, you got some Barbadians that tell you they went to the beach in 10 years. But you got enough many Barbadians that ain't went to the beach in 10 years. They went to a doctor for 10 years. When it comes to health-seeking behaviors, men, historically, and across generations, and across ethnicities, we tend to stay away from doctors and medical institutions and medical treatment in its entirety. I want to speak to the men of Barbados. Take better care of yourself. There was a saying before, what you don't know can't hurt me. But Mr. Speaker, what you do not know can hurt you. If you don't know what's going on in your body, it can definitely hurt you. And I've seen too many people at the level of my constituents. I've seen too many people at the level nationally. I've seen too many people go to the doctor when it is too late, only to hear there's nothing more that we can do for you. And in many cases, Mr. Speaker, it was something that if caught early, they could have dealt with it, and they could have continued living a long and happy and productive life. Simply because people are afraid to go in a doctor's office and sit down and wait to hear what the doctor has to say. The doctor sends you for a test, you're frightened, you don't know what the results can be. It's better to know and know early and address it than to not know and let it eat you from the inside out. Early detection can address issues and it can improve health outcomes for our citizens. So we are not going to leave you alone, Mr. Speaker, in this regard. The ministry has already undertaken to improve several of our screening protocols and guidelines relative to many of the cancers that affect our people. In particular, we have already launched a pilot of our colorectal screening guidelines and protocols in 2 of our polyclinics, the same Eunice Gibson Polyclinic and the Randall Phillips Polyclinic. Since September of last year in particular, September of 2024, Mr. Speaker, this pilot targets persons between the age of 45 and 75 years old. And up to May of this year, 525 persons were tested, and we're using a special technology called the FIT test, Mr. Speaker, the fecal immunochemical test. The fecal immunochemical test, FIT, F-I-T. FIT, the FIT test. And the FIT test allows a person to be screened to see if there is anything within their colon that is presenting flags for cancer. Once the FIT test is shown to be positive, it then allows a clinician, a doctor, to be able to send that person for further examinations, in many cases, a colonoscopy, so that they will be able to then go in there with their scope and see exactly what is happening in the colon and what may be causing those indicators in the fit test. Mr. Speaker, 525 persons since we launched this screening guidelines and screening effort relative to this particular cancer. 525 persons have already been screened. There have been 42 positive tests that have been amassed from this screening effort. 42 out of the 525. 42 positive tests. And those persons have been sent on for further investigation, and many of them have already gone through the colonoscopy and other examinations already. I can happily say that the vast majority of those persons, upon further investigation, did not have colon cancer as it's fully developed, but they did have other colon issues, and many of them are undergoing treatment already. Mr. Speaker, sir, it shows that when we screen our people, and when persons come forward to be screened, it allows us to be able to identify, had there not been a colorectal screening program, those 525 persons may not have been easily and readily screened with the FIT test, and we may not have been able to pick up those 42 persons who were then positive at the end of that exercise. But we're not stopping there, Mr. Speaker. We are updating and building out new screening protocols relative to cervical cancer, to prostate cancer, to breast cancer, and endometrial cancer as well. And these are all going on to better serve our people. Mr. Speaker, sir, as I wind up, let me share that primary health care is not just about physical health. When we're focusing on primary health care, a lot of the services that can be delivered within our polyclinics, even as we use these funds to upgrade them and enhance the environs, produce and provide the state-of-the-art equipment, machinery, supplies, etc., that can help us to deliver our healthcare services at an optimum level, we must recognize that healthcare and wellness is not just about physical wellness. There are actually 8 or 9 dimensions depending on who you speak to and where you pull your information from. And even within the government of Barbados, the Ministry of Labor deals with 9 dimensions of wellness. The Ministry of Health deals with 8 dimensions of wellness, but they all overlap. It's all the same. So let's look at the 9 dimensions of wellness. Physical wellness, of course. Intellectual wellness, your mind, your state of mind, your learning ability, creativity, etc. Emotional wellness. This is something that a lot of people don't pay attention to in our country. How do we manage our emotions? Feelings of anger, how do we deal with that? We call it emotional intelligence in some settings. Your self-awareness, and therefore how you handle what is happening around you and triggers around you. Social wellness is also very important. How do you feel as a member of this society? Do you feel a sense of belonging? And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that if we were to do a thorough examination and even correlation, many of the instances of crime that we see and deviant behavior that we see amongst our young people, I believe that they are lacking relative to their social wellness. They don't feel like they belong. And if we want to address primary health care, it must go beyond the physical interventions. And we must help as a wider society to get our people to feel like they belong in this society, this thing called Barbados, Project Barbados. They must feel like they belong. Spiritual wellness. Can't do it without a moral compass, a moral and value-based foundation. Understanding that there's something bigger than you. And all of us in here recognize that there's something bigger than us.
I remember you have 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Spiritual wellness, environmental wellness, financial wellness, vocational and occupational wellness, and of course, cultural wellness as well. So ultimately, sir, this Saudi Development Fund and this loan that we're taking from them will allow us to be able to really invest in our primary health care and our wider health care delivery within our country. And I cannot end without highlighting the hardworking and dedicated healthcare workers across the length and breadth of this island, within the polyclinic setting, within the tertiary healthcare setting, within the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, wherever they may fall, even within the private sector as well. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's this saying that became, I think, very popular during the time of COVID. All superheroes don't wear capes. I think it became popular during that COVID time. All superheroes don't wear capes. And it really reminds me of the dedicated, hardworking, and committed men and women who go to work every single day. We call them during COVID frontline workers. They were on the front line. That's battle talk. They were on the front line. They were the ones who were most at risk in many cases. And they went out there day after day and they braved it all on our behalf to ensure the wellness and the health of our people. So our nurses, our clinicians, our consultants, the custodians, the general workers, the orderlies, every single person who's a part of our healthcare system. This investment through this Saudi loan that we're taking today and that we're debating today is an investment in them as well. And I want them to appreciate the investment that's being made in them and to continue to give of their utmost best in the delivery of healthcare in our country and for our people. And my last note, maintenance, Mr. Speaker, is key. I've seen in my short sojourn in public life that we get funding for a lot of things. Many new buildings are erected, but there is a challenge relative to maintenance. Too many of our government offices, Mr. Speaker, have fallen into disrepair in some cases. Lack of maintenance or lack of effective maintenance schedules cause us to then develop what people describe as sick building syndrome, etc., etc. I know that the Prime Minister, the Honourable Prime Minister, I think in last year's budgetary proposals statement would have indicated the establishment of a polyclinic management committee that will be responsible for the maintenance, the management of the affairs, the property relative to our polyclinics. And I want to underscore that even as we make this tremendous investment in refurbishing and building up 2 new brand polyclinics, 7 existing polyclinics, we must ensure that there is a proper and effective maintenance schedule that is put in place for equipment, property, and ensure, therefore, that this investment can last a long, long time and continue to benefit the people of Barbados for generations to come. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I support this loan, this resolution wholeheartedly, and I look forward to the improvements and the enhancements that will take place relative to the delivery of health care within our country. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member for City of Bridgetown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I start, I want to say I really commend the last speaker, the Honourable Member for St. Michael North, and let him know I really enjoy his presentations. Mr. Speaker, I want to start on a saying. It said, we are a small country trying our best to do our best. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are a small country trying our best to be our best. The opposition leader, 4:51 p.m., July 15, 2025. One of the few things I agree with the opposition leader on. And that is why I stand to support these 2 resolutions. Because, sir, these 2 resolutions keep us on a path, keep us in the lane in which we can continue to be a small country trying our best to do our best. Now, while these 2 resolutions speak to the upgrade of the primary health care sector, which the Honourable Member that just took his seat did a wonderful job to lay out, I want to say I will focus on the first, especially looking at the time, sir. But before I go on to the first, I want to say I am extremely grateful that we have seen it fit as an administration to recognize that we need the rebuilding of 2 new polyclinics and we need the refurbishment of the 7 to upgrade, to benefit all and sundry. Because all of us become one very quickly when it comes to our health. Health is extremely important, sir. But moving along quickly, I want to talk about phase 1, the water, housing, and infrastructure part of this particular resolution for debate today. And quickly, I want to ask the question, what is a loan? What is a development loan? Sir, we live in an age of misinformation and disinformation. And I'm at pains to point out, misinformation is sometimes when you unintentionally misinform someone, And disinformation is when you intentionally misinform someone. And globally, we have a problem with disinformation. And it should not be so, because we live in a time of smart devices. Smartphones, smart tablets, smart laptop. But it seems that it stops there with the devices. We've moved on from a time from the door-to-door salesman. I remember in primary school, they had door-to-door salesmen selling encyclopedias, sir. And to get knowledge, you had to flip pages and look for information in a tedious fashion. Now we have the power of 10 times those encyclopedias in the palm of our hands. But yet, we are not taking the time, the effort to do our research, to look up things. And I will not get tired to playing with my people to look it up. Because when you come in to this chamber, when you listen to the talk shows, when you go to the barber shop, the supermarket, there's a lot of debate on loans. And sometimes we may appear hypocritical because we too criticize loans. But there are loans, sir, and then there are loans. The member for Christchurch East Central can tell you that there are good loans, there are bad loans, and there are indifferent loans. There is a difference between borrowing money, like we've seen in this country not too long ago, to pay salaries, to pay current debt, to pay current affairs, and to buy toilet paper. And there's a difference in having loans for developmental projects, developmental loans. By the mere nature of the terminology, it means that there will be a return on the investment of the money loan through the development loan. And this is such a loan. For me, this is a fundamental resolution, and it reminds me, as I was doing my research, looking through not only this resolution, but the history of this party, looking at things like the Tenantry Freehold Act and so on. This administration, this party, sir, has been responsible for a lot of fundamental changes and improvements in this country. And it should not go unnoticed. This is about the third time in about 6 decades that this country is attempting a project like this. I want you to go and do your history, do your writing. I want to thank the honourable member to my left, the honourable member for St. Thomas, who lent me some of her notes and reminded us that in her 2006 notes, that we came into this chamber and we debated a similar project to be done that we speak a lot about. This is a project I remember hearing a lot about on the call-in program, where we borrow money, and it is mentioned a lot about Cat's Castle and Greenfield. But I want to go into the members' copious notes and let this chamber and this country be reminded that it included Garden Land and Allen View as well, because the technicalities with the cave, Greenfield. And I want us to understand that when we do not execute properly, because as the honourable member for St. Michael North said, we can do the negotiations, we can get the loan, we can come in here and debate, but then now the key is the execution, sir. To be able to put down that mortar, to be able to upgrade, and importantly, to be able to maintain. Excellent point by the honourable member. So when we think about urban renewal, urban regeneration, all the different names, what many people may not know is that within my heart and soul, there's a history and there's a passion for this. It goes back to where my navel string is buried in Baxter's Road. It continues through my school days, traveling through town, traveling through the urban corridors, and looking at the state of development. It continued on to areas such as Project Habitat that I did with the Ministry of Housing with another hat. It continued on the talk show programs, hearing from members with historical backgrounds of why our housing is the way our housing is. Moving from a proud and pretty setup with the chattel houses, beautiful chattel houses, to where they are now. And sir, continue to the most recent dispensation I have, which is canvassing. canvassing and seeing too many houses that need housing solutions. Having constituency clinic and speaking to too many people who are unhoused or about to be unhoused. So I do not look at this as any loan. For accuracy, I would refer to it as a loan. But sorry, see this as a grant of a better life, a granting of hope, a granting of improvement for our people in healthcare and throughout Barbados. That is what I see this as. I cannot imagine coming in here and arguing against a loan that will fix over 400 homes, fix communities, eradicate pit toilets, stop poor people from being poor. I cannot imagine coming into a chamber, sir, and arguing against it. Have a little conscience. I cannot contemplate it, sir. But sir, in moving on, as I want to do, I want to say a special thank you, because one of the things we should never forget is that we stand on the shoulders of those who went before us. One of the former honourable members for the city of Bridgetown, now a dame, a former honourable member for St. James South, now a senator, a deputy president too, would have been the two persons spearheading one of our last attempts at doing this. I want to thank the honourable member for St. Michael South East, Christchurch East Central, in the work that they spoke about today on this resolution in fixing places like Murphy's Pasta. And I want to use that point to encourage all honourable members to support these types of resolutions. When we are talking about urban Barbados or rural Barbados, we have to understand we are one Barbados. Sometimes when you talk about the city of Bridgetown, I get a little slap because people say everything for the city of Bridgetown. But understand that the city of Bridgetown is our capital city, and that it affects all of the arteries and all of the things going on in Barbados. I do not support it just because I'm the representative. I do because I am, but not only because I am. I had 2 floods in the city of Bridgetown since taking office. And I commend the members for the work in Murphy's Pasta, because I heard of the history of flooding in Murphy's Pasta. When the rain set up, my knees used to knock, because I knew the type of messages and calls that I will get when people's homes are flooded out. Now, only on 2 occasions, and they were probably avoidable situations, we had flooding. On one of those occasions, sir, when the pump that those members that I mentioned before who were responsible, the immediate past member for the city of Bridgetown too as well, Lieutenant Colonel, the flooding went all up to what we used to call Fairchild Street bus terminal, sir. Now called the Granville Williams Terminal. Now, all parts of Barbados use that particular terminal to get to and from work and school, play and recreation. And that is why I am saying that when it comes to these types of resolutions, we have to understand that the city of Bridgetown is not just a constituency, it is our capital city. The city of Bridgetown is really, for me, when you look at it, it is residential, it is the capital, and I also speak about the number of visitors, because any given day on clinic, I see people from all 3 of my constituencies. It could be the residential, it could be the capital, or it could be the visitors, not necessarily crews, but those from CARICOM who frequent the city, and those who come to Barbados to do other work in the city that find their way into the constituency as well. And that is why I ask people to support this particular. But I want to emphasize to the country, sir, that urban does not mean the city. Urban does not mean Bridgetown. About 1/3 of Barbados is urban, although 2/3 of Barbados live within the urban corridor. And that is why it is important to understand that the phase 1, 2, and 3, that we move and we start in the city, Chapman Lane, New Orleans, and the surrounding areas, Pickwick Gap, Westbury, and so on, but we move on up to the Bayline, and then we move on into Greater Bridgetown, and it complements what we are doing in rural Barbados. Because as the honourable member for St. Michael South East spoke about earlier, we have work going on. Remember, we have the Scotland District work that we are doing as well. So there's a balance going on. This administration take comfort in knowing that we are looking out for all people all the time. It is not one and not the other. We have to look out for all Barbadians. So let us not bicker about a loan, but praise a grant of a better life. Mr. Speaker, sir, for me, I want to say that this resolution is about all things to all people when it comes to improvement. And why do I say that? Because all things remaining equal, I have a vision. I have a vision that this project will not turn out like these 2006 notes from the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, where $37 million go back because we do not meet the criteria, where $16 million is spent and spent questionable, where we have a position where we borrow $60 million bank, which when you take into consideration inflation, that it will be even more money now, and we don't have what we borrow it for. I have a vision that we can come in under budget, under time, and a better life for the people under phase 1. That is my vision, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, in closing, I want the people listening to understand in a fundamental, pointed way, less levity and more brevity, is that this is about housing. This is about sanitation. This is about neighborhood upgrades, looking at street lights, looking at drainage, looking at water, looking at placing certain utilities, light and power, light poles and wires on the ground to build resilience. This is about improving lives, sidewalks being fully accessible, not forgetting our disabled community, no tokenistic involvement of the disabled community. Every single thing this administration does, we have to take into consideration what I tell one, all people at all times, sir. Because that is what this administration represents. This is about community development. This is about climate. This includes solar roofs. People knew that. And solar power, renewable energy, resilience. This is about improving lives, sir. This is about economic activity. This is about employment. This is in making sure that the people in these same corridors that live in poor housing, have poor health, have poor opportunities, get an opportunity for a better quality life for all of our people, sir. Not some, not the too few, not the party supporters only, all people, sir. I beg and I beseech the minister responsible to ensure that the employment opportunities are spread among. We talk a lot about it, the small contractors. Make sure that everybody can get a piece of the pie. Because at the end of the day, the artisans and everybody being involved, this then becomes a project about health and housing and the removal of pit toilets and sanitation. It becomes a project of hope. Hope in a better tomorrow. The improvement of mental health. The improvement, because when you look at the social determinants of poor health, the social determinants of crime, I remember my notes. These things are all linked in to poor housing. So if you improve the housing, imagine improving the housing in certain areas in Barbados. There is a direct link between the mental health, drug use, and crime and housing in Barbados. Brought to me in the most stark way from a group of guys in the point. They may have studied no sociology or psychology, but they brought it to me. And they told me directly in no uncertain terms. And that is why I believe that today we invoke the spirit of a former member for St. Peter today, being the third member to mention that this is an administration that will face it. This is an administration that will fix it. This is an administration that came to public life to ensure that we stop poor people from being poor. And after the building of the sewage plant, 4 administrations ago, 9 terms ago, 43 years ago, sir, we are here now to face that problem and fix it, get those people connected, all things remaining equal, that vision could be served. And the people from Chapman Lane and New Orleans, Pickwick Gap, Reed Street, can't forget Reed Street, Mason Hall Street, and all the environs that they can see a better life for all of our people. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am obliged to you.
Honourable Member for Cindy himself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to congratulate all of my colleagues who've spoken thus far, who have raised their voices to support this loan from the Saudis to enable us to do our urban renewal and also to do our polyclinic upgrade. Mr. Speaker, any Barbadian listening to the Honourable Member for Christchurch South who has an understanding of the interests, the needs of Barbadians and how we should go about it would be deeply disappointed in his offering this afternoon. Because, Mr. Speaker, what we were treated to was a lot of rhetoric and drama, but was not rooted in an understanding of how to achieve the best interests of Barbadians. And what it tells us, that if that is the leader of the opposition, then the Democratic Labour Party is in great trouble and are in danger of never being able to become competent to govern this country. And I say that because he stood here and talked about the fact that he sees it as imprudent to borrow. As though every time you borrow, you are putting the country in greater harm and danger. He used terms, Mr. Speaker, a government in crisis, an economy in perilous trouble, because he sees borrowing as an indicator that you're in trouble. And what that does, it demonstrates his lack of understanding of even the basic human life that the ordinary citizen lives every day. I do not know of any bank that lends anybody money who cannot pay it back. I do not know of any bank that looks at your affairs, looks at your fiscal behavior, sees that it is at risk and decides they're going to lend you money. I don't know of any bank that does that. The only reason this country can borrow money, whether it was from the IMF or now that we're going out on the market, the international market, is because there has been a considered effort to properly manage this economy and bring it back from the brink. Where was it? We were the third highest indebted country in the world under the Dems. That was the first time in our history that we ever had to cover ourselves in shame that we were the third highest indebted country in the world. It's like the shame we felt earlier about the West Indies going down and out for 27. It's that same feeling. 178% debt to GDP ratio. And to hear him talking about not borrowing, what happened to them was that they came to a place where nobody would lend them a penny. They were not a good risk. And what did they do? Instead of sitting down and putting our house in order and drawing Barbados from out of the depths of that crisis, they decided to go to the central bank and print money.
NIS money.
Borrow money from the NIS to consume. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is why financial literacy is important in this country. If I give you $1,000 and you spend it in consumer items that cannot make back a penny for you, you will need $1,000 next week. But if you take that $1,000 and you put it to productive use, and you multiply your $1,000 so it becomes $2,000 and $3,000 and $4,000 and $5,000, you can then buy the things that you need because you are taking money and multiplying it. That is what prudent financial management is about. You do not borrow money and use it for consumption items that will not make back money for you. That is something that they did not understand. And so we were the third highest indebted country in the world. Where are we today? Our debt to GDP ratio is now at 110 and dropping to 102. Let me share with you, Mr. Speaker, from the World Economic Report, who are some of the countries who have a higher debt to GDP ratio than we do today. Japan, Maldives, Laos, Italy, Greece, France, Cape Verde, US, Bhutan, Singapore. Singapore is 175%. Sudan. Mr. Speaker, we are no longer in the company of the highest indebted countries in this world because of the prudent management of our affairs, reestablishing our credibility in the marketplace, and then being put in a position where we can go and borrow to rebuild the country. Now, what did the Honourable Member for Christchurch South say today? That it was imprudent to borrow. And what that indicates is that they would never have bought a bus for Barbadians, that Barbadians could stand at bus stops for 4 and 5 hours, not being able to get home. Now, what does that do in a country? The Honourable Member for St. Michael North talks about when a house is in disarray and dysfunction and it doesn't look good and it's in disrepair, the impact it has on people psychologically. What impact do you think it has on a woman when she's finished work a whole day, stand up at a bus stop for 3-4 hours and cannot get home? And by the time she gets home late at night, the children hungry, they haven't done their homework, she's tired and exhausted. What kind of loving care you think she can deliver at that point in time? It damages family life. And so this simple thing of making sure that there were buses, that there was adequate collection of garbage, they are telling us that they would not have spent money on that because they would not have borrowed money to make it happen for Barbadians. They're not ready to govern. They're indicating that the money that we spent in our schools, on education, making sure that every child in this country, whether his parent had money or not, could have a laptop, could have access to a computer, have access to the internet, that that child could go online and learn. They would not have spent the money. They would have allowed our children to fall behind. And then those children would not have been able to perform and to be able to be part of the labor force to build this Barbadian economy that we can go into a future with confidence. They would not have spent the money. It's not only that. At the university, I don't know what they were thinking. We do not have minerals. We do not have oil. We do not have those other resources that can make money for us as a country. The only precious gift God has given us is people. And if you do not educate them, that they can earn, then the country cannot make money. So if you take away university education, you then consign those children to low-paying jobs, because they can't get any further than secondary school. And if you do that, Mr. Speaker, what will happen is as your older population moves off the scene and your younger persons come onto the scene, they cannot earn nor can they perform in a way to take the enterprises forward, and so the earning capacity of the country would decline. That was a recipe for disaster, but they never understood it. And they went and they took university education away from those children. But thank God for the Barbados Labour Party that came to office in 2018, who understood that it was a priority, it was a matter of urgency to reconnect our children with higher education, because they are the ones that are going to have to carry this country and carry the standard of living, and they cannot do it without proper tertiary education. And that's why you have to spend money on it. It's not only that. They're telling us that they would not have spent money on COVID. Now, I will tell you something, Mr. Speaker, that makes every Barbadian shudder, whether they're B or D. It is the thought of the Democratic Labour Party at the helm of this country during a COVID. There is nothing that makes them shudder more than thinking, my God, we missed a bullet. Had they been in charge, where would this country be? So, Mr. Speaker, every time he speaks, he demonstrates that he does not know or understand what is needed for this country. Let me explain what I mean. This loan here is to help us with urban renewal, looking at water, housing, infrastructure, and then our polyclinics. Now, why is it critical for us to borrow and keep borrowing as long as we keep the economic growth going and the fiscal management going? Why is it important? Why is there this sense of urgency to obtain resources in order to do these things? It's very simple, Mr. Speaker, but obviously the member does not follow what is happening in the world and therefore does not understand what Barbados is facing. There is a thing called a climate crisis. This is a tiny island. When you have a climate crisis, that at any moment, a weather event could come and waste your country and destroy all the homes in this country because they don't have hurricane straps, because they're not built to the standard to withstand the type of climatic events. You only need one, and you can wipe out a generation of development by having one climate crisis. So what is the urgency that we quickly have to get after those homes that are in bad condition, that are in bad repair, and quickly enable the people who live in those homes to get better houses? That's what it is about.
Building resilience.
Building climate resilience in our housing. And that is why it is urgent. As long as you can keep the roof on your house, then all of its contents will be preserved. And more importantly, families will have some place to lay their head. Anytime that roof goes, Mr. Speaker, that family is now catapulted back into poverty 40 or 50 years from whence they have come. Grenada went through that when Ivan hit it. You know what they said, Mr. Speaker? A lot of people didn't die during Ivan's passage in Grenada. 400 people died after. Why? Because people then found themselves at a stage in their life where their home, their investment was gone, no place to lay their head, and no means by which to start to build a home again or to have anybody give them a mortgage because they were over 45 or they were over 50. And this financial stress created by the loss of that asset resulted in close to 400 people dying from stress-related illnesses because of the loss during Ivan in Grenada. We do not want that to happen to Barbados, and that is why this loan is important. That we get the housing and we rebuild our infrastructure, rebuild our bridges, rebuild our roads. All of these things are critical to meet the climate crisis. We've got to build resilience and adaptability into this economy, and we have to do it quickly. And water. Mr. Speaker, water is probably one of the painful things that we have to deal with in this country. Every pipe that has been put down hundreds of years ago are now no good. No good. And instead of responsible governments over time, put down some pipes, keep replacing that pipe work. It Them did none in 10 years. Had the pipes sitting down somewhere and put them in the ground. And I would tell you something else, Mr. Speaker. The wickedness that went on, the investigations that are needed during the period of the dams in the Barbados Water Authority needs to be completed, but the Honourable Member for Christchurch South, the Leader of Opposition, does not want to continue the discussion on what went on at the Barbados Water Authority, where the monies of the people of Barbados were invested, and yet the pipes were not changed.
Where the pipes are Barbados?
He wants to know where the money is. Let him ask about those. Let him ask about those.
Pipes ain't coming.
Mr. Speaker, water is critical to us, and many honourable members in here can share the challenges that they experience with it. I have it too. Just there in Husbands Heights, water pressure is low. And it's low every week. Water tanks have to be sent out. Nobody wants to live like that every day, every week. That if you don't get it early enough to catch the water, it goes off. Yes. And then in Prior Park, brown water. I was embarrassed when they sent me pictures and showed me the brown sludge in the pipes. I have to thank the Ministry of Transport and Works for changing the pipes on the main by Prior Park. And we are asking now for the community pipes now to be changed, because every 2 to 3 months they have to buy a new filter. No, some people will say the people in Prior Park could afford it, but the people in Halls Village can't. We've got to change those pipes, but it's going to take time. I understand that, because the entire network system of pipes in this country have to be changed. We understand that. But at the same time, and this is what I want people to understand about prudent management, you have to understand your people and the structure of your economy. You have one of two ways to get those things. You either tax people more money to be able to change the pipes, or you go and get loans. So what you have to do is to set a pace for your economic development to sustain your loans. And then you position it in a way that you minimize the impact on the taxpayer, so that you don't have to keep adding more and more and more taxes to pay back the loans. That's why the loans that you borrow have to be invested not just in pipes, not just in roads, but invested in the economic sector so that they can earn to be able to pay back the loans, so that you don't have to overburden the people of Barbados with higher and higher levels of taxation. And I will share something else with you, Mr. Speaker. He got in here, the honourable member got in here and said that a 20-year-old would not have any opportunities, that we are destroying it by borrowing. Well, that 20-year-old won't have an opportunity if he can't go to school. He will not have an opportunity if we can't give him a university education or tertiary education. If he ain't got the health care, if he ain't got the sanitation, if he ain't got a good house to be in. Where is his opportunity going to come from? His opportunity comes from the good management that we are putting in place to make sure that he has a future. And I will work myself to the bone to make sure that every one of them get it. And Mr. Speaker, you see my colleagues in here? These are hard-working people. I know sometimes they get tired, sir, because the demands are heavy. Every single ministry is undergoing transformation of some kind. Every single ministry has new projects that it has to manage that is not the customary type of project that they would normally have to do. And so they have to find creative ways to be able to make these things happen. One of the reasons for the formation of the Ministry of Training and Tertiary Education is because it is necessary to allow us to sustain this economy and put this economy on a proper global footing by making sure that this economy has well-trained, well-skilled young people to take up the jobs in our labor force. If we don't do that, the economy will sputter. And what else is it that is pressing our buttons to be able to get these funds, as the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central has been sharing? We have a situation worldwide where the World Future Jobs Report tells us that we're going to lose 92 million jobs across the world, and that there's certain types of jobs that will no longer exist. And a lot of these jobs are jobs that our young people have been trained for and our middle-aged people are doing. And a lot of these jobs are not going to be there in the future. Things that AI and a computer can do, those jobs will disappear. So what does a responsible government do? You set up a ministry whose focus is to ensure that you can transition all of your workforce onto the new skills that will give them the opportunity to be in a job that pays well and that has a future in the global space. And that is what we are doing. And money has to be borrowed to enable that too. We have to urgently expand the capacity for tertiary education in Barbados. Every year, we are turning away 2,000 children from the tertiary education space because we ain't have the room. What does this government do? Later this year, the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central will be able to come in here and explain to you the loan that we are going to get to be able to address that problem. But what are we doing in the meantime? We reached out in cooperation with the Ministry of Education Transformation to be able to use the schools, the secondary schools, that have those tech labs, whether it is a workshop, carpentry, electricity, cooking, computer, hairdressing. Many of our schools have these labs. But when the children go home at 3 o'clock, they're underutilized. So right now, we are looking at those 22 schools and identifying what labs will be available to us so that we can put classes in there on evenings, on weekends, in the vacation period, so that we can expand access so that every child that wants to get a tertiary education will be able to come and study something that they can get a good paying job. We've already approved that we're going to do a welding plant for SJPI. And why? With all of the building and construction that is going on, and they will help to prepare us for when these loans here start to translate into actual construction. You are going to have the skills, Barbadian skills, to be able to work in these areas. And in terms of welding, welding is earning up to $3,000 a day down in Guyana. So we got to build a welding unit to teach welding and prepare Barbadians. I'm sure people noticed on the news the other night that a hotel was coming here to get Barbadian staff to work in Guyana in the hospitality industry. We now have to fast track building out more capacity for teaching hospitality studies in Barbados. And to do that, you have to have money to set up the capacity. We have to feed our people, and we have to make sure they have a job. We have to make sure they have a future. We have to make sure they can get a home. And you can only do that, Mr. Speaker, by prudent management of our affairs, strategic vision, and courage to say that we can take it on and we can take it there. Mr. Speaker, I want to end with this, and I want Barbadians through you, Mr. Speaker, to really hear. Borrowing is not a problem as long as you have good fiscal management. Everybody and his wife is willing to lend Barbados because they have confidence in the management of our affairs. That didn't happen by accident. This is not people doing us a favor. This is business people sitting down and looking at our affairs and saying, yes, this is prudent management. We can afford to invest in you. And I want to sincerely thank the Honourable team in the Ministry of Finance, the Honourable member for St. Michael Northeast, the Prime Minister, the Honourable member for Christchurch East Central, and all the rest of the team that work together to help us manage our affairs. And one of the things that I promise to Barbadians is this: we will work as hard as we can to make all of these investments work for us, to ensure that that money is not only well spent, but that it produces results that impact on the lives of people. And I want to say to them, your confidence in us has not been misplaced. Your confidence in us is justified because we are up to the task and we can do the job. And we thank them sincerely for giving us the opportunity to serve them at a time such as this. I'm obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleagues, I like you, member for St. James South, I want to congratulate all the members who spoke before me. And member for St. Michael South Central, when you were speaking, someone messaged me and asked me what was counterpart funding. And you explained it, the member for St. Michael South Central. It is the portion that government has to fund, because the person was saying, they keep hearing that this government, and that's why I'm speaking, it is late, the time is night, but I have to clarify one or two things. They keep saying they're hearing in the highways and the byways that this government is borrowing too much money. And, you know, they say to me some of the things they don't understand, and I wasn't too, you know, upset when the person mentioned the word counterpart funding, because they listened to you, member for St. Michael South Central. And when you clarified it, I said, yes, that's the government portion that we have to meet to secure this loan. In simple terms, you did it too. But one thing they said, they're hearing the Honourable member for Christchurch. He's still the Honourable member for Christchurch South, right? Yeah. Mentioned that they canceled the loan. And that is when the person messaged me, because no loan was canceled, and you clarified it, member for St. Michael South Central. But I will not go there. And then they went into the question about debt to GDP ratio and asking certain things, and these are the normal boys on the block who approached me some days about this government borrowing money. They're strong supporters of government policy, this government's policy. And when they have to place an X, you know where they're going to place the X. But they like to discuss these matters, whether fiscal or financial, to clarify a number of misconceptions in the community. And in speaking in absolute terms, when I messaged my good friend from Christchurch East Central, when we came to office, the debt, the national debt, in absolute terms, was $18 billion. $18 billion, that was our national debt. And what is our national debt now? $14.95 billion. So who borrowed more than who? And we came through, as the boys will say on the block, the hornpipe. And when somebody tell you that you come through the hornpipe, you come through turmoil of COVID, the ashfall, the hurricanes. But our national debt is still less than what we came to office and we found. Now, I speak in absolute terms, 18 million versus 14.95. That is $3.05 billion less than what we found. I say million, billions. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to support this resolution done in a cognitive debate. And I will subtly mention the polyclinic upgrades, the 2 new polyclinics, and why I'm going there first before I get to housing. I won't be long, Mr. Speaker, but I had to speak on this because very often you hear on the call-in program that QEH is a problem. QEH is problematic. And that person should be diverted to the polyclinics to address most of the, what they call the non-critical health-related issues. And Mr. Speaker, for the honorable member to come to this chamber and to disagree with this loan from the Saudi Development Fund is telling me that the honorable member representing the Democratic Labour Party is not interested in the improvement of QEH. He's not. And that's where I go. I heard you, the member for St. Michael North, eloquently put this afternoon, passionate and indeed with content. But I had to go there because I know many nights I was awakened by a phone call, not for me, but for someone next to me to address the issues at QEH. And indeed for us to come to this chamber with a loan, a developmental loan, for you to disagree with it fundamentally, then something is wrong with you. I don't want to say mentally, but I know something is wrong with you. You don't care about the citizens of this country. And I go there at that level because, Mr. Speaker, this is the same opposition leader, member for Christchurch South, who will walk the length and breadth and ask people to support his party, and he doesn't care about their well-being. It is fundamental. This loan, Mr. Speaker, at interest rate, member for Christchurch East Central, of 3.25 interest rate it is? 3.5 interest rate. And I heard the members in here speaking this afternoon on the last administration couldn't go anywhere for money. They couldn't get an interest rate of 3.5. No one wanted to see them. But I go further, Mr. Speaker, because Hurricane Elsa, Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Elsa and the freak storm impacted the urban corridor significantly, just as much as the rural corridor, 50% in this country, to the tune that this government took up over $100 million to address the housing issues from Hurricane Elsa. And let's say 50%, it is 50-50. That's $50 million to address housing issues in the urban corridor. And for the member for Christchurch South to come in here and to want to pour cold water on this loan and criticize the member for Christchurch East Central in a way that was disparaging, because the member for Christchurch East Central is probably one of the few economists who have run the Ministry of Finance. And for him to be dropping the disparaging remarks, trying to insult the member intellect and his credibility, I show the public, when they listen to the honorable member, who I don't think understand financing at all. He doesn't understand financing, and to look at the member for Christchurch Essential, who's not only credible, but he's competent and he's sincere. And he speaks at a level that every single person can understand. And for the honourable member who I will call a finance non-peanut, a non-peanut. That is what he is. I don't think he passed math at CXC or A level, or he ever did any economics course. So he's the one who's not credible to come here to speak on anything financial. He should bring someone in here or speak truth to power and say, listen, these are the notes that I received. And this is what the technocrats are saying to me. But he's speaking as if he is an authority on fiscal matters and financial matters. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot at all go against any policy that seeks to eradicate pig toilets in this country. None. This loan, Mr. Speaker, speaks to eradicating pig toilets in the urban corridor, Mr. Speaker. It is critical, Mr. Speaker. And this government envisions the revitalization of the greater Bridgetown. And how can you do that without focusing on addressing the challenges of poor living conditions, the absence of sanitary facilities, and climate resilient homes? How can you do that? That is what this loan speaks to, Mr. Speaker. The strategy, Mr. Speaker, will reduce the amount of resources that we, like what we had to spend on Hurricane Elsa, that will be required for any recovery effort in the event of a disaster or some climate occurrence. That is what this loan is about. Building resilience. I heard the member for St. James South mention it. I had to speak this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, because the member for Christchurch South has no credibility at all in going in the urban corridor and asking anybody to join or support the Democratic Labour Party. He has indeed failed this afternoon. If there's one day he has failed, it's this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, by not supporting this developmental loan to address the urban renewal project in water, housing, and infrastructure, and the polyclinic upgrade. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, I am no finance guru, but I know that when you're printing money, you can cause two things. Inflation, for my little training, and the second thing, currency instability. Am I correct? Member for St. Michael South Central and member for Christchurch East Central? There are two things that can cause when you're printing money. These are the gurus in here. I can look to them and ask them the question. And the honourable member for Christchurch South should tell us what other strategy he has other than borrowing money. He wants to print money. He wants to interfere with the reserves. When we came to office, how much weeks we had? 4 weeks of import cover. Now we have 30 plus weeks of import cover. He wants to interfere with those, not knowing what is happening, the geopolitical issues that we are experiencing in the world. You want to interfere with our reserves? Mr. Speaker, I had to rise this afternoon. It's not like me to rise at 7 o'clock in a debate like this. But I rise to speak to my people, the boys on the block in Ellerton, who always ask about the debt profile and our national debt. And I would often say to them, it is less than what we came to office and found. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, we went through COVID. I heard the member for Christchurch, for St. James South mention it. We bought buses. We bought sanitation trucks. You know, one of the most expensive aspect of building a home for poor people. Poor people build normal houses at $150,000. But to run electricity underground, remember for Christchurch East, you had a piece of this. It's not easy. You have to cut the road. You have to find special cables. It is not a cheap thing. And for poor people whose houses cost $150 and $150, $125, $150, $180, some $200,000, to then pick up over $60,000 to run electricity underground. Tell me who from Ellerton, St. George, Toronto Road, the back of Greens, French's, Wavell Avenue, the Ivy, in these poor areas, parish land, going to pick up $60,000 or $50 to run electricity underground. But this is part of a greater Bridgetown rehabilitation project, because you cannot talk about Bridgetown revitalization and don't address housing, the poor electricity. But Mr. Speaker, let me wrap up, but before I wrap up, let me tell you that the urban regeneration project is indeed alive. And while this funding would be for phase 1, the ministry that I so have policy directive over, we have indeed started the work on Wellington Street, the member for the city who sits behind me, and also the Greenfield Rehabilitation Project. And Greenfield was part of the IDB project back then, member for St. Thomas. Greenfield was part of that. That the Dems, Allen View, and I heard the member for the city, he mentioned it. But we are now, as a ministry, seeking to address Greenfield rehabilitation that was supposed to be done on the last administration. And indeed, we are at the stage now of acquiring land, the entire land, and going in. That's why we built the quads at White Park Road, so we can bring persons into those quad units, those 16 quad units, and indeed begin the work in Greenfield. But fate would have it, we had a fire in Wellington Street. So now we have 2 regeneration projects on our hand. And persons came from Wellington Street to occupy the quads at White Park Road. We could not do anything different. So, Mr. Speaker, on both fronts, this loan, in addition with other capital funding, is seeking to address the rehabilitation and the regeneration of the Greater Bridgetown. I will not detain this House any longer, but to say that I support the loan agreements between the government of Barbados and the Saudi Fund for development purposes in respect of the urban renewal project and indeed the polyclinic upgrade that will see some improvement and some respectability help to assist the strain that is being placed on QEH. And with those words, Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues for their robust presentations to this debate. I will be brief, sir, as my colleagues have covered much of what was questioned by the Leader of the Opposition. However, there are a few points that I will want to just clarify because, you know, there's often, when they say that when you give a liar a head start, sir, it is, you can't catch it. The Leader of the Opposition intimated that the government was to build a hospital, sir, at Harrison Point. And the truth is, sir, I mean, the whole of Barbados knows and should be reminded that nothing was further from the truth, sir. Government had a very clear policy that, number one, that as far as possible, we were trying to prevent COVID from entering the main hospital and potentially compromising, sir, the delivery of health care at the QEH. And therefore, the government of Barbados embarked on renovating Harrison Point with all the bush and stuff that was there, you would recall, Mr. Speaker. And having engaged in that specific investment, sir, given the circumstances of COVID, we, as the international community's response to Barbados' plea for assistance, the European Investment Bank, sir, agreed that it would reimburse the government the expenditure that it had to take in order to finance the construction at Harrison Point, sir. And therefore, along with that specific activity, as well as other activities which, as you may recall, sir, the loan agreement was laid in this very parliament. It is available for the Leader of the Opposition to read, just like every other thing that comes before this parliament is freely available for the Leader of the Opposition to read. I know, sir, that if you were in a different place as a judicial officer, and someone came before you without even reading the charge sheet, sir, or whatever it is, I'm sure that you will have cause to hold them either in contempt or some other malpractice, sir, for just failing to do the basic duty, sir, of just reading documents before you get up and open your mouth, sir, to let it air. So for the benefit of the public, the government of Barbados never committed to building a hospital at Harrison Point. We ended up effectively with a hospital there because having started the process, we got resources, additional resources, not just from the EIB, but people volunteered, ordinary Barbadians donated money to help outfit Harrison Point. We got ventilators donated from all types of people, and we ended up with what was a hospital of sorts, but it was never intended that we were building a hospital, and certainly not from any loan from the European Investment Bank to build a hospital, sir. And therefore, I think his characterization was not just misleading to this parliament, but it just reflects there's a pattern of behavior here, sir, where you just come in here, you hope that something will stick on the wall, you just say what you feel like, sir, and I choose not to engage because oftentimes that fuels the Leader of the Opposition to get into all types of things. So you let him say his piece, but the reality is the record is the record. The remainder of those funds are now being executed still with the majority actually of the resources from that loan which the EIB provided goes to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, but also other institutions within the health framework, sir, and that is being executed as we speak. Part of that relates to a lot of the capital upgrade, very capital upgrade to improve the delivery of services at the QEH, for which, sir, there was no significant investment by the Democratic Labour Party in any upgrade of anything to do with the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, sir, during the time that they were in office. And therefore, we are pleased that the European Investment Bank, on the one hand, agreed that to ease the government's financing pressure at that time, that it was going to reimburse us, sir, through that facility, as well as engage in the further upgrade of equipment of the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. As it relates to Oisin's Polyclinic, sir, and this comes on again, this is a matter of financing, you know, sir, because he tried to make it seem as if somehow the government backpedaling on what we said that we were planning to do. The reality is, sir, that whilst the government's plan remains the government's plan, at the end of the day, sir, we can't wait on some prospective person who may come along 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now, sir. We do not know. The reality of it is that as part of this package, we are going to build a new hospital in Noistins. Sorry, a new polyclinic in Noistins. At some point in the future, sir, whenever that may be, whoever comes along and proposes to engage on the existing site, they will have to pay, sir, for the asset that is there, and therefore it makes no difference from the perspective from our case in relation to the financing, from other than the timing of the transaction, sir. So the public should not be fearful of any intervention that we're making here. At the end of the day, sir, at the end of the day, a lot of the facilities that were built 40 years ago, 50 years ago, sir, are simply not fit for purpose in the 21st century. And therefore, we can run around as much as we want to run around and complain. If we do not do something about it, sir, then people will just continue to complain. But more importantly, the quality of care that Barbadians may receive could be compromised if government does not make the necessary investments to be able to help improve the delivery of those services. And the staff at all of the polyclinics every day, and I know that in recent times there were some issues with respect to security and the like in the space. People go to work every day, sir, to fulfill their duty, and I thank them for that. And part of what this government is seeking to do is to ensure that not just that their physical safety as it relates to the workers and patients are secure, but that they can do so, sir, in an environment that is not just conducive for the delivery of care, but actually caters to better staffing, accommodation, and the like, sir, given that we've been asking polyclinics to do more, open longer, and do a range of additional care services, and therefore this is why this specific intervention is important to be able to address some of the long-standing issues that were there, that were raised. The leader of the opposition spoke about fees, sir, because he tried to make it seem like this the delegation that went to engage on the roadshow with some nefarious set of people and how people was getting money privately and all kinds of things. Now, sir, as you know, again, the contract for Whitehall has been laid in this parliament. The honourable member voted, as I said, a couple of years ago for the payments to Whitehall for the debt restructuring. But let me say to the public that for the purpose of the liability management operation that we executed a few weeks ago, there was no fee specific to Whitehall, but I'm going to outline the fees just for the benefit of the record, sir. As I came here to do the resolution, I don't recall if I had said it, but it was in the resolution itself. The lead arrangers for the transaction, sir, were JP Morgan and Standard Chartered, two of the world's largest investment banks, sir, and their joint fee was US $550,000, sir. Bank of New York Mellon, which was the trustee, payment agent, as well as the registrar, their fee was approximately US $20,000, sir. The information agent, company called DF King, sir, their fee was US $15,000. Those were the administrative fees, sir, that allowed us to be able to not just tell our story with respect to the investors in the market, but to be able to ensure that our credibility, if you like, with respect to Barbados re-entering the international capital markets, were there, sir, and therefore this is not out of the ordinary with respect to the type of fees that are normally associated with investment banking transactions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition also, sir, indicated that the transaction, that there was something wrong with the transaction, sir. Now, just bear in mind, sir, as I had indicated during the debate, the Eurobonds that we're replacing, sir, was 6.5%, but that 6.5% was due to mature, sir, by 2029. So if anybody does any math, This is 2025, 2029. That is 4 years, sir. Okay? 4 years. We did a transaction that extended the maturity from 4 years, sir, to 10 years. And I don't know how many times to repeat it, sir. The majority of the transaction, as I said, was at that 6.25. And because we were extending the maturity, sir, anytime anybody asks you to lend them money for longer, sir, the interest rate increases. And therefore, notwithstanding the fact that the interest has increased with respect to the duration, the fact that over the course of the next 5 years, based on the structure of the transaction, we've been able to free up the amortization with respect to spending, allows the government to be able to focus a lot of that money, those monies, for interest as well as amortization to do more of these types of interventions to finance and accelerate the things that we need to do for ordinary people in this country, sir. It means that we've been able to extend our debt service profile. It is a little more expensive at the back end, but it gives us space in the middle to be able to do more for people. And therefore, the fact that we have had, for the first time in our history, sir, to utilize liability management, debt management, in the same way that we have been focusing on growth, which is significant compared to what we saw with respect to the last administration. The economy is growing, sir, and as the economy grows, it means then that the revenue component of the fiscal situation grows, sir, and therefore we will continue to focus on how we're able to grow the economy, but by the same token, sir, utilize liability management or managing our debt as part of the toolkit for ensuring that we can better deliver for Barbadians. And so the government, sir, is committed to ensuring that we are able to spend every dollar that we have raised the most efficient way, sir, that actually delivers for people. And I know that that's something that the Democratic Labour Party is completely unfamiliar with, and therefore our focus is on execution. And so, sir, these two resolutions before this honourable chamber, I believe, will redound to the long-term benefit of this country, and therefore I am happy, sir, happy that for the support of honourable members, and I can simply say to the public that we will execute these as quickly as we can, given that we are constantly looking for fiscal space to free up for execution. And so, sir, let me thank again honourable members for their contribution, and to say to you, sir, I am obliged for the time, and I beg to move that this.
Honourable member, you have to do it individually, you know that.
I know that.
Continue.
I know that. So I was sorry. So I was saying I beg to move that this bill be read. Sorry, that this resolution do not pass. Sorry.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Mr. Speaker, order number 10, in the name of the Honourable Minister in the Ministry of Finance, to move the passing of a resolution to approve, in accordance with the provisions of the Special Loans Act, Cap 105, the borrowing by the Government of Barbados of the sum of approximately 117 million Barbados dollars from the Saudi Fund for Development on the terms and conditions contained in the loan agreement, the main provisions of which are set out in the schedule, and the proceeds of which will be used to finance the polyclinic upgrade and refurbishment of primary healthcare system project phase 1.
Honourable member, Christchurch East Central.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this resolution do not pass.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed. Honourable Leader of Government Business.
you. Mr. Speaker, with that, we've come to the end of today's sitting. I therefore beg to move the adjournment of the House until Tuesday, the 29th of July at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honorable chamber be adjourned until Tuesday, the 29th day of July at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 29th day of July at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.